Everyone go lay down with me. Take a walk with Daddy Kentucky. Dedications. Take it with you. Would you carry?
Yeah. Hold up, gods and goddesses. I got another intro. Sitting here sending out links. Boom, boom, boom.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Are you guys ready up there? Okay, just give me a second. All right, quiet on the set.
Hey, peace and blessings of the Most High, the boundless omniverses, multiverses, triverses, dualverses, and universes be upon you all in earshot and eye shot of the God. It's your friendly neighborhood Pharaoh Rise and Shepsi's Dwamu Tefamoon. And welcome to another episode of Revision Radio, where we seek, analyze, dissect, and build on knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from the third eye point of view. Appreciate you for coming through, your time, your energy, your support. Please, I'm trying to get into the habit of this thing. Please make sure that you like, that you subscribe, that you share. You know, we looking to build up the platform. We have a whole lot of things. It's, you know, even though Alphamation is phenomenal, we all into the heavy into the Alphamation. We're looking to expand. I think a little differently. So I got a bunch of different stuff that I want to talk about. I'll tell y'all. Okay, so so today is the second installment to Super Cypher Saturdays. I hope y'all ain't see that big plate of watermelons. That's some real stereotypical stuff. And so we I'm sending out links to the family for brothers to come on in. Y'all come on in now. I say y'all come on in, and so we could build on some things. Anybody, please tell the peoples, you know, get involved to evolve before we dissolve, you know. And we here, you know, so we're gonna have myself. The invites is going out. So, you know, whoever responds to the invites, they coming through. I can have up to 9 people on deck. So just so y'all know. But I'm hitting brothers up now. So how y'all doing? Anybody stayed up? Y'all, thank you for all the brothers that fell asleep with us last night. that was holding us down while we was doing the natural nature lineup, you know, and the goddess Nefera Center Tep was giving everybody the rundowns of all the herbs that we produce, package, and distribute worldwide. You understand what I'm saying? So we appreciate y'all for toughing it out with us because it was late. We was running late, and it was okay. It was just the idea was getting it out so that the people, whenever they ready, they could go back and they could tune in on that. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got me? Yeah. So everybody that I'm sending these links to, man, y'all make sure y'all hit me up. For real. me see if Petty got it, because Petty was here last week. Let me see. Did you get the link? Rondu, I sent you the link. Okay, rattle back, brother Blue Marvel. I'm with you on deck. Appreciate you, Muisa. Factology. I sent Rondu the link. I sent Petty the link. Let me see who else. Oh, they having a barbecue over there in Brooklyn, Mukdash today. So everybody, I'm pretty sure y'all full. Pull up. Y'all should be pulling up to the Super Cypher Saturdays too. Wow. Let me see. Who else I'm sending a joint to? I'm gonna see if I can send this to. I don't want no Clash of the Titans. So let me get started with some. You know, the brothers let me know if they got hit or not. Excuse me. So those that was here yesterday, Brother Petty on deck. Brothers that was here yesterday, I had to get suited, Petty, because yeah.
About that.
What up, God? I had to get suited and booted. You be coming up here. I be in my thuggish ruggish bone gear, and you be up here with the. Even though all the gear I be wearing is Nubia or
That's
my own
up.
gear. Is always one of the brothers' assistants attire. You know what I mean? So, I don't never move outside of that spectrum. How you doing, beloved? How the week been?
Great. All is good.
Excellent day,
All
man.
is good.
I sent a bunch of people to that bill that WU-SABAT is a genetic doctrine bill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I introduced a few people that never seen the channel before. I was like, yo, I don't know where y'all been at. Because I've been tapping into Petty stash for a minute. Like, hold on, what he said? Oh yeah, so what I'm trying to tell y'all niggas is that I'm tapping in like crazy. Real talk, man. So brother hit me back and was like, yo, good looking on that. That was a good class. I was like, yeah, man. That's where it's at. Those who don't know, that's that nupu.org. Better get involved, beloved. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, we here. I got sit. What's the brother's name? I'm trying to hit him now. The brother Kufu. He said he wanted to, get in too, right?
Yeah.
All right, because we gonna go in. We gonna go in, man. He got it. What is this? I wasn't sure if they was gonna sit in the joint because you be off the grid for real, Petty. I was like, this joint was like AOL.com. I was like, what the? I said, yo, is it gonna go through? I ain't lying, dog. I was like, yo, is this thing gonna go through, bro? What's his? He got the L email, Trevillian or something like that.
Yeah, Trillium.
Trillium, yeah. I was like, what is that? You know how the gods is. We be just making, we creators.
Yeah.
So, that's what happens. Okay. Yeah, man. So any new developments?
No, I mean, I just do what I do, a lot of studying for research for the discussions and working on our project.
Facts.
And my only recommendation is just for people to keep studying.
Absolutely.
What I've been looking at is three particular, the mathematics series the master teacher had put out going over the Man from the Planet Risk and the Mission Earth book.
Oh yeah,
and
that's the move for the extraterrestrial stuff right now.
the Agatha and Shambhala.
Shambhala and
book.
Arta, absolutely.
I highly recommend
Absolutely.
people study those books.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's big. That's huge.
I think we're not paying attention enough to the reality of what the ruling forces of this planet and why this planet is in the situation that it's in. We're not looking at. I don't think we're looking at the bigger picture, and I think that's it's been the hardest thing for the master teacher, trying to explain to our people the greater picture of why we're in our scenario, because we keep looking at the Mukaso as our direct adversary, not really understanding the Mukaso has overlords who are influencing them to do what they're doing. And these beings have been influencing the planet for the last 6,000 years. And it's like, how do you solve a problem if you don't understand the root of the problem? And our people are really not looking at the root cause of the problem. Why the Mukaso even got so powerful? They're not really looking at the greater picture. I think that's a huge mistake. And the masters try so hard trying to explain this greater picture, but a lot of people are not getting it.
It's you know what? It's the extraterrestrial aspect of it. It's over their heads like a field goal. They can't grasp it because it's literally those extraterrestrials are those deities that our people have been worshiping for all of these years.
Right.
So when we saying that, technically it's their gods that's responsible for empowering the Mukasu to control everything, and it's their gods of the monotheistic religions that they are our outright adversary. Right. It's them that's our opposition, and utilizing the Mukasu as their tool to do what they're doing on the planet. So the fact that we talk about extraterrestrial stuff, most people still talking about we bugging. I heard a brother literally say, if anybody's talking about ETs, they need to be committed. They're nuts. I'm sitting there like, but you're a believer of somebody that comes from someplace else that you never seen, that been sending emissaries from other places for years that you never seen.
That's an intelligence level issue. That's what the issue is. It's an intelligence level. Anyone who says that obviously didn't research the subject matter. Facts. So they're speaking from a position of total ignorance and belief systems. That's what religion did. Religion taught us to make decisions based on beliefs and not facts. And our people love doing that. We don't like researching. And so we'll just make blatant statements without any kind of real data. And so it's to our detriment, because
that's right.
The not understanding the greater picture of what we're dealing with is a huge problem that I see. And the master tried his best in those particular books I talked about. He tried his best to lay out what's going on this planet. And if you read those books, because they all came out in 95, you know, that's 25 years ago.
25.
It's come to fruition now. Everything he's been saying in those books is come to fruition, and people have been putting that information out now. That he predated everyone in explaining the details of the secret government, because no one even talks about the secret government. They don't even deal with that. And
you know what? All that stuff happened in the 90s. That's what I'll be saying, like, yo, when you really want to get the gist of everything that's happening now, remember those books outside of the Master Teacher books? We were reading like the Matrix books that came out at that time. Valerian, the New World Order books, the Illuminati 666 books, the Committee 33, the Committee 300, the Council of Foreign Relation, all of those books. That's where we're at now.
Yeah.
We're walking through that storyline right now.
We really are.
We really are. That's right.
And our people, they just don't understand the behavior of the elite and why they're doing what they're doing, how they're operating, and it's to our detriment, because when you look at all these black organizations, they keep talking about racism, white supremacy, but they're not understanding the essence behind all of that. Who who really is behind the racism and all of these systems. Rob back.
Oh my God.
So, you know,
That's real. That's real. They
yeah,
and it's funny because I'm sitting here with the what's that, the intelligent design,
right.
divine design, a plot of aliens. Again, this is God screaming from the rafters. Yo, it's not them. It's their masters, their overlords. Like these
Yeah,
dudes have the consciousness of a 13-year-old. It's
yeah,
not them.
right. Yeah, they don't. Our people not getting that, and they having. It's sad they're having a hard time that existence is boundless. To think that you live on a planet Earth, floating in space. There's trillions and trillions of planets, but people really think there isn't other intelligent life out there, and it shows the level of intelligence that our people are dealing with.
That's fact.
They have to raise their consciousness, because as long as we stay ignorant to the reality that existence is more like Star Wars, and this planet has been quarantined, and so we have been. This is almost really a slave planet. This, when you look at the proof book, the master said this is really a farm for ETs.
The farm, the
and
harvest, the harvest.
Right, they're harvesting humans, and it's a real phenomenon. People really need to research that, and it's sad that they're ignoring those things. The level of missing children around the globe is astonishing.
Yo, it's astonishing, right? Like, and nobody talks about it. It happens so much and on such a regular occurrence that we're all just used to it.
Yeah, no one's questioning, no one's investigating those things. There's now a issue with Black females being missing, and
it's like 60,000 of them.
Yeah,
some craziness.
Yeah, it's and yet we're crying over the R. Kelly case and not looking at what real issues are going on, and this is how people are being misdirected.
That's real. That's real. I'm gonna tell you, I got a catalog. Like I stay ahead. Like outside of the master, a lot of things. I read a lot of underground stuff that don't come in the mainstream.
Right.
I have catalogs that publish books that most people never gonna see. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. The human trafficking is crazy. And I've seen DVDs and documentaries tying in the government, tying in politicians, how they even had auctions in DC. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so sick. Like, and we've been blessed to have the master to guide us and show us all these things, to prepare us, and still being stiff-necked and rebellious, not wanting to listen to it here, not wanting to have a little discomfort, in order to survive the game. Now we stuck smack there in the middle of this thing that we knew was coming. Right. And now we got to survive this storm. And we got to deal with everything in real time instead of being set off to the side and letting it blow over and then come out with a smoke clear. Now we smack there in the middle of the board, and it's just all out war about to happen. Right. It's crazy. I just seen a picture of it was a picture of an alien craft. It was like the clearest picture I've ever seen, and that's literally what they call it, like the most clearest picture. Airplane, somebody's flying, and they took a picture of the alien craft outside the airplane window. Wow. And you can see like the lines in the craft. You can see the design. Like you drove past it. I'm like, bro, it's only a matter of time before they pull up in the drive-thru and start ordering food. You get a number 2 with a Coke. It's only a matter of time. And that's when people are gonna be like, yo, it's serious. It's real. I know y'all was serious. I'm like, playing, man, what are you talking about? Yeah, bro. Round do up in here. Let me do a roll call. Raul back, more you saw. Peace and blessings to the family. Thank you for everybody that's joined us thus far. Brother Blue Marvel, Raul back, you saw. Linwood Williams. Oh, that I appreciate you, God. That show last night. Did you check some of my 5-hour show last night?
No, what was that?
Me and my wife was on, and she was giving the whole regime from the herbal compound. We thought natural nature herbs. Okay. So she was giving a breakdown of everything. We went through every product. To break down all the ingredients, and so the brother was like, it's very informative because her journey is crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like from who she was mentoring or being mentored by, with the being a part of Queen Afua's situation, my aunt situation under Dr. Sabi, ex-wife, traveling, her working in a hospital, home health aide, to actually working in Bellevue Hospital, to working as inside of a genome nanoport spot in a genome building in New York, where they was selling exclusive devices that was specifically made to deal with the COVID virus, because what it does is it actually divides the helix of the DNA. So we was going in on that. It was a real informative show. We started late, so it ended late. We got off like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, but she went all the way in.
Wow.
I was like, oh man, that's why I don't let you come on here.
Wow.
So the brother Linwood said he about to order some herbs. I appreciate you, God. Oh yeah, I'll send you the links for the chant on the Telegram. You gotta be on it on if you want Telegram. What you said your Telegram name is? The brother Linwood. I'll send you the links. Brother said Blue Marvel said he going to read the year 2000, what to expect. Yeah, that's what's up. Right back, Mark Hammonds. What's going on, God? It's Sakum Kareye. I'll definitely send you the link, God. Yeah, man. Listen, we need as many people as possible to subscribe, because we got to get involved to evolve or dissolve. Yo, tell a God, Kufu, I sent him the link also.
Yeah, I let him know. Okay.
Yeah, let him know. Coach Anpool, what's going on? Peace to the gods. Right back, beloved. Yeah, so we setting it up for another episode of this Super Cypher. Yeah, Super Cypher. We gonna go and Ron through. What's going on, God? You there? Yeah, you there, man? He ran off. He there, but he not there. Let me see. Yeah, so of course our brother Petty is here on deck. Yo, we live. You coming? That's how I'm asking you. We live. You coming? Where's each student at? Nah, you ain't getting over this one. You gonna bring your this time. You bring your. I'm about to call them live too. We live now. What? I'm glad. I want to talk about the extraterrestrials tonight too.
All right.
Facts, because it's the extraterrestrial doctrine.
Yeah,
it's
is.
Doctrine.
It's our people. They really got to understand existence.
Yeah, that's a fact. You're right.
And the spell is hard because it's hard for people to deal with it. They can't think outside of their jobs and their homes and their cars and their vacations. they got our minds. That's what the master was saying. They got our minds locked into that 1, 2, 3 concept, the 3-dimensional reality, person, places, and things. We can't think outside of that, and that's what the spell locks out our consciousness to. And it's really hard trying to get our people to expand their conscious awareness of existence. That's really been the biggest challenge and the biggest mission, because no one is looking at the greater picture of what's going on.
That's right.
On this planet, why we really have these problems, because you would think people would want to know if they find out that ETs are the ones who set up religions. For the purpose of mind control for the planet.
Mind control. That's right.
Why would people want to be ignorant to that? Especially the so-called conscious community, who totally ignores the ET phenomenon.
Yo, they run around on the campaign talk about it pseudo.
That's
it's amazing. I'm like, are you serious, bro? They start talking that. I remember back in the days, some of my brothers from the Nation of Gods and Earth used to be like, we don't deal with nothing that's not physical. And I'm like, well, the physical's not physical. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like the physical is the foundation of the physical is the atom, the hydrogen atom, which is a gas, which is composed of subatomic particles that, if we compare it to the sun, the moon, and the earth, will be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles apart. So the foundation of the physical reality is not physical. So what exactly are you saying? You know what I'm saying? So now you be like, Yo, come on, girl. You got to think outside the box, man. You know, I love the way that the ancient ones dealt with like those divine principles, the immutable principles of like microcosm, macrocosm, where it's like I don't have to do the exact measurement of anything. All I got to do is know either or the heavenly laws or the earthly laws, and then I could just correspond and be like, okay, if this is this, then this is this.
Right.
You know, that's huge because being quantum beings, being, you know, omni beings, we supposed to be tapped into those types of energies to be able to say, okay, well, this is the planet, the earth, the sun and the moon, and the solar system. And then, okay, well, this is the atom, you know what I'm saying? This is the proton, neutron, electron, you know what I'm saying? And then so you be able to say, okay, macrocosm, microcosm, as above, so below. You dig it up, you know, but for whatever reason, that piece, that mechanism in the process of a lot of these brothers, it's just not there. It doesn't click.
Yeah, because they don't want to deal with the question of what is consciousness. That's what I personally found, that they don't want to deal with that, because I always like to ask the question. You know, if you walk to a mirror and you look at yourself in the mirror and you ask a simple question, what came first, right? Meaning what you see in the mirror, your physical self, or the thought that made you walk to the mirror. Meaning, did a consciousness exist before the materialization of the physical body? That's the question. And a lot of people don't think about it. They don't realize, because consciousness is subatomic. Your physical body is atomic, made of cells, molecules, and tissue. What created what? Did subatomic energy create the cells, molecules, and tissues? Or did cells, molecules, and tissues create subatomic energy? And we know for a fact that subatomic energy created cells, tissue, molecules, correct? And which means your mind, consciousness, is subatomic, which means your consciousness had to exist before your physical structure. And it's hard. People, they're having a hard time dealing with that. Which means if you consciously exist as a subatomic being, as a spirit being, then you incarnated into a physical body.
That's right.
But again, they're having a hard time dealing with that. And so a lot of brothers have taken the route of the Mukasu, who are materialists. And the Mukasu, they're not spiritual by nature. That's just not their doctrine and dogma. They're hardcore materialists.
That's right. Materialism. Everything is physical. Everything is tangible.
So, and they don't, you know, the secret societies deal with spirituality or metaphysics, but the common people don't, because they hid that doctrine. One of the things we talk about, that it started with this guy named Francis Bacon about the 1500s, where you know, the Caucasian Mukasu learned science from the Moors. And when the Moors taught science, they taught materialism and they taught metaphysics as one. You couldn't have one without the other.
Really?
Science. Yeah. And when the Europeans picked up on it, a guy by the name of Francis Bacon, who's supposed to be the father of the scientific theory, he divided that, and he took the metaphysical aspect of what Moors were teaching and put that in the secret societies, and took the materialistic aspect and put that into the mainstream. In fact, he's the one who is the founder of what they call the Royal Society, that is the foundation of the scientific community today. The Royal Society coming out of England. All of the major great scientists come out of the Royal Society in England, and so they divided that, because Francis Bacon was a part of, you know, he was a Freemason. He was a part of the Illuminati.
Of course.
And he was the one who orchestrated the writing of the King James Version of the Bible and all. He set that up. He also set up in the English language as a cipher.
Meaning?
That's why the master breaks down English. The master keeps saying English is a cipher to create the spell. English is designed to reduce your vibration. And that's why all English was set up with trick words like Congress, to go against, right? But Congress is supposed to be about progress for society, but the word itself is Congress or recreation. He's the one that set all that stuff up. He was the one that set English as a cipher. His name is Francis Bacon. He was the advisor to King James.
Yeah, make sure y'all look this stuff up because that's where we at with it. We gotta dig into this. Wow. Nah, Francis Bacon. Okay, I heard his name before. I'm trying to see. Like I said, I've been reading a lot of the information, man. A lot of because what's crazy is, like you said, on the mainstream, Mukas will stay away from, spirituality, but the elites of them, that's all they focus on.
Yeah, the elites. It's a well-known fact that the Nazi Party, their whole doctrine was based on metaphysics.
Everything.
And so they dealt with metaphysics, and they had more advanced science than the other European nations. Their science was more advanced than the Americans, more advanced than the British, or the Nazis, which is why they had that Project Paperclip, where after World War II, they brought on all these Nazi scientists.
Absolutely.
The question is, why were they bringing Nazi scientists if they weren't more advanced? And so what they was getting their information from these three witches who made contact with beings from Aldebaran. If you research it, the Germans would tell you that it's in their history.
That's Madame Blavatsky was one of the.
She was a part of that. Madame Blavatsky. It was another group of these three witches called
Ingram, something like that. Yeah,
they called them the Vril Society.
That's right.
The master talks about it in that book, Agatha and Shambhala.
That's right.
And so that's something people can look up.
That's right.
And they're the ones who got the diagrams on how to create UFO flying saucers, because the Nazis had that back in the 30s.
And
they
had the verticals.
They was getting that
verticals.
They was getting that technology way back in the 30s. And
they didn't need a runway.
No. So it's a lot that where our people were just. It's sad they're sleeping on, because the Mukasu is now dealing with anti-gravity technology as far as creating their own ships. They already had that science, to match certain ETs that are, creating these types of vehicles and all. And so the master talks about, and a lot of people now are admitting, they have bases on the moon, the secret society. Now we're talking about the secret government. They have bases on the moon. They have bases on Mars right now as we speak.
Yeah, underwater bases.
Absolutely. And so it's like a double. It's a multi-level layers of culture on the planet that most people on the surface are totally unaware of what's really happening on this planet, because they choose not to research it and look into the subject matter. And they don't understand the significance and importance, why they should understand this or why they should know,
even care about
or even care.
So all right, so why I got you at Ron Duke said he's having technical difficulties, which is cool. It happens. My brother East student, I ain't blowing him up. I'm about to call him live. He acting up. He disappeared on me again. But I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted something that I wanted. Certain things like I hear brothers talking about. I hear brothers building on, and I be hearing different versions of the same storylines. So, being I know that you definitely well learned and been studying for so long, and you put so many things out in detail, and more importantly, like me and Ron was talking about, in sequence. Organized information to set things right. I wanted to ask about the projects, like the when you talk about like the Rainbow Project, the Dolphin Project, all the different projects that took place on the planet that created the different species of both Mukasu and even us 9 species left of the Nagaru, because at one point I see Baba said it was like 24 species at one point, and then we have 9 species left. So whatever you can give concerning the projects that this planet has been through, and specifically the beings, whether European, Nagaru, or whatever, to straighten those storylines out.
Right. I think people need to read the book I just said, the Shimbala and Agata. He kind of goes into it in that particular book. Because he said it started 17 million years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He said the planet was terraformed back then. It was struck, and it was the beginning of what they call the Homo sapien project.
Okay.
And that was 17 million years ago. It's in the book Shimbala and Agata, where he goes into that.
Well, is it this one? I'm gonna go in. There's this one where Bobby literally starts off. No, I think it's how about this? The 9, where he starts to talk about. It's funny because he gives a lot of heat on this 29th and the first day. This goes into some of it. This starts off with the 450,000 years. It says the origin, Pa'asal. It says, we arrived upon this planet Earth 450,000 years ago, once again, after many visits for millions of years from Orion and Sirius star constellation. We transported our very own seeds here inside the ocean by way of the dolphin 24 million years ago. And we examined them from time to time. Who were these original people? The original people was the African Sans people, the Bushmen, the black race, the first people. We returned by way of cycles, by way of time. The Jubilee every 50,000 years, the equinox every 24,000 years, an era every 12,000 years, a world every 6,000 years, a day every 1,000 years. The original people, the Sans, migrated outside from Africa, entering Arabia. Some of them stayed there, some migrated outside, entering India. Some stayed there, some migrated outside, entering Australia, settling there. Mixing seeds with Pleiadians, their hair became like fur, like beasts. Many tried to return towards Africa, some did, but were ordered to only dwell around the outside of Africa with their 6 ether fur. Of the black Asians, only 60,000 of them were allowed to enter. That was 50,000 years ago. They entered around places as Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Egypt, and around, only outside. This command of the 9 was violated by way of the Arabs entering Zanzibar. They are the Reds, and later the Whites violated the command of the 9, bringing the blacks from Africa, the 13th tribe, the children of Horus, called the Falcon, son of Osiris and Isis. And then he literally says now the Wapians, read the holy tablets, the scientists, tablet 4. Again, the black Asiatic black men are mixed seeds. The Indians, the brown race, and the Aborigines, the brown race, and the Arabs, the brown and red races, not the original black man, who has nappy hair, not fur, many of us, now mixed by way of rape and mixing. This has affected our own race, our minds and bodies and health. All races has their origin from our seed, the first world people. Yeah, so that's one of them that go. This one starts, so this goes back 450,000 years. But just to start off a sequence, because he also emphasized that they were coming back and forth for millions of years. Matter of fact.
Because in the Mission Earth, he goes into it because he was saying that's when they was on Mars and they set up the Mars project 450,000 years ago, just before they came here. And set up the Homo sapien project.
So because like we know we got the Homo sapien project, like I said, we got the Rainbow Project, we got the Dolphin Project.
Well, here's the thing. I think what the issue is that one, originally now, we all come from the Sans tribe, right?
Yes.
So that's our original genetic makeup.
Yes.
We all, as Africans with woolly hair all over the planet, we all share the same soul force, the 9 ether soul force. All of us share that. But what happened was our genetics got, tampered with. So So we lost that connection, or we lost our genetics of the Sands, who are the original genetics for the planet. Now, when you go into their origins, the Sands origins, they're a
Yes.
little bit different than us being the descendants of them, because
Absolutely.
our
Absolutely.
genetics have been, we're how can I say, we're a part of a lot of that mixing in.
We tapped in. We tampered with. We the tampered version, the watered down, bootleg
Yeah.
version. Yeah. You know, niggas walking around in front of the camera trying to look at the movies. That's us.
That's kind of what I was trying to say in the discussion I had last week about it's a genetic doctrine insofar as those black people, woolly haired people on the planet, will only connect to WU-SABAT if you're tapping back into that genetics that connects us to the Nathar. Because our genetics have gotten so messed up, that's why people gravitate to so many other foreign cultures, because they can't make that connection. And only those who can identify with WU-SABAT, you're identifying WU-SABAT because your genetics are able to link in with the Nathar.
I got you.
And so it's why it's so hard for the masses of our people to accept WU-SABAT, because genetically they're locked into six ether forces.
Six ether forces got them hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, they don't know
they
how to
can't even
break out of
accept the concept. They can't even accept the reality.
No.
They're like, these niggas think they ancient Egyptians. These niggas is crazy.
Yeah,
these niggas think they're both cowboys and Indians.
Yeah. And if you notice, when they make their objections, 99.9% of the time, their objections are coming from a position of total ignorance without researching the facts. So that lets you know you're dealing with a lower level of intelligence. Someone's making a decision without any kind of research. And that's a genetic problem that our people have.
Okay, I could definitely see that.
You know, the master warned us back in the 80s. If it was True Light tape, I forget which one. I don't know if it's Angelic Descendants or not, where he was warning us that we had to start breeding for
nerds.
Intellect.
Yeah, nerds.
Yeah, we had to breed intellect because our people were breeding for looks and pretty hair and all that stuff. And then
all of us know, brothers and sisters, we made those mistakes.
Yeah, and so we don't understand. You mess up your children because we're not understanding. We're supposed to be breeding genetically to increase the intellect of the children we have, who wouldn't get caught in these types of cultures. But because we didn't listen, our children now have gotten seduced by these cultures that the Mukasos put out there, and it's hard to get them. So now everybody got tattoos from the head to toe. They're listening to this crazy music. Right, exactly. So all of them being invaded by these spirit forces that are invading the planet. They don't know how to block them because they lack the intellect to block 60 ether forces, because they don't even want to acknowledge that spirit beings exist.
Yeah, but they want to be religious.
That's the problem. They religion is obvious, as we know, is just dealing with belief and faith. They don't research their own religions
at all.
And so that again, it goes back to an intellect issue, which goes back to a genetic issue. That's really what the problem is, and the master said over and over, his mission is to raise our intelligence level.
Yes. And then he says what intelligence that go into your genes, you gotta, it's in the genes. And that's why he's emphasizing the female, the feminine, because she gives birth to, all of the beings.
She holds the record, which is why the female was sacred. And we were supposed to protect our women from other genetics out there. That's why the Mukaso goes out his way to abuse our women genetically and other races. Any race of people that can't protect their women is a defeated race.
Yeah. Say that again. That was
I said any race of people that cannot protect their women is a defeated race of people, because your women represents your future. And so if you can't protect the female, then that's the end of your race.
Because somebody else is controlling the birth principle of your race.
Yeah, they'll mess up your genes. The minute you mess up your genes, your genetics, it alters your nature. It offers because your genes are coded to emit a certain frequency, right? Which is what you call your morphic resonance. When you alter that, it cuts you off from your natural frequency. And that's what cut us off from connection with the Nathar. That's how we lost connection, because they alter our genetics and all. You alter someone's genetics by changing their culture, which changes their vibration, and it starts with language. Once you force somebody to change the language, you change the tones that their body emit, and that alters your genes. And that's the master in that book, Intelligent Design. He's talking about epigenetics. You alter your genes. Once you alter your genes, it changes your morphic resonance, your frequency, and it disconnects you to your frequency of your bloodline and your ancestry that's also spiritual. So it basically blocks you off, and it disconnects you from nature itself. So that's why our people for the last 6,000 years, they keep making mistakes, and they don't know how to outthink the Mukasu and Asiatics, because the other races are actually more in tune with they're in tune with their genetics, and they're using their sciences on how to defeat us. But we lost our science to counteract theirs, and that's why we keep losing.
Yeah, it's a cruel joke, because like no matter how pro-black or that we claim we are, we wave the banner of people that are outside of our genes. So so we're still not reconnecting. We're saying it on a conscious level, but on a subconscious level and on a spiritual level, we're trying to reconnect with a foreign energy, a foreign entity, a foreign spirituality, a foreign spirit, literally. And we can't, because of our vibration and frequency is always going to be different from theirs. So then we disconnected from ours, and then we refuse to call on ours and end up committing to theirs and never could connect with theirs. So we stuck. We end up polarized in this place where we're helpless. Right. And, I was just saying to a brother today, I literally said that so what's happening with Baba, because they're preparing to shift the whole planet. They're going to accept the extraterrestrials soon. They have to, because they're going to be knowledge born. And then
let me stop you real quick. Kuku said he don't see the link in his email.
All right, I'm gonna check it out right now. But yeah, I'll send it again. Yeah, we know we're about to walk through an extraterrestrial world. They're about to accept it wholeheartedly. And then there's certain doctrines like Baha'ism that are prepared to go into that world. Now, these people all have, like I said, a horse in the race. But if we don't accept the WU-SABAT, which is our own horse in the race, then it puts us in a position where we only could be stable boys. Right. And somebody else is stable. We won't be able to ride their horses. You know what I'm saying? Like, WU-SABAT is our horse. So we can't ride the Islam horse. That's not ours. We only
any and all species that's created by nature has to live according to its natural nature, to stay in tune with nature. The minute you get off your natural nature culture, which is based on your genetics, it disconnects you from nature. And when you get disconnected from nature, you can be taken advantage of by other species, which is what happened to us.
Facts.
Because we got away from our original culture, and so when you get away from your culture, then you lose this disconnect, and then you can be taken advantage of.
Okay, we got the young God in the building. We got the young God been on his back. I was like, really, God, you gonna leave me stuck like that? I'm putting them announcing you what's up. Got the young God in the building. Each student, you there, bro? You want to introduce yourself to the people?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yo,
don't talk. Don't put that WBLS, that 98.7 Kiss voice. Get rid of that one. You got it.
So you can't hear me.
I can hear you, God. Yes, absolutely. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, you know,
Excellent.
I'm a student of the master teacher, a researcher, a seeker of truth,
Mm.
and in reading Dr. Malachi Z. York's books, um, I sought to do exactly what he told us to do, which was research and find the information to be true. And I appreciate you guys' work and what you all are doing in terms of rectifying certain untruths and inconsistencies and
Mm.
misconceptions concerning Sabianism. So I definitely appreciate you, Petty, and as well as Federal for you guys' work as well.
Oh yeah. That's
Appreciate it.
beautiful. That's what's up, man. Because
Yeah,
yeah, listen, we doing what the master advised us to do. It's a sick world. He said we have the cure with WU-SABAT. Go out there and administer the cure. But we have to see. But the first step is us receiving it and accepting it as a reality. And what Petty naturally has done, Kufu, you got the link. What Petty's done, and yeah, we on it. What Petty's done, and like what I'm looking to do because I wasn't seeing too many people step up. You understand? Like we being attacked, it's an onslaught, and we sitting there talking high sciences to each other, and I'm not seeing nobody step out there and talk to the people. So when I step out, it wasn't even about like the adversaries and what their slander, because I'm like you said, it's a genetic doctrine. Their elevator don't go up to the top floor. I'm like, okay, yeah, I left that. So it's an 11-story building. The elevator stopped at 6. They got to walk up the rest of the steps. That's their business. You know what I'm saying? You know where I'm from. We go to the building and cross the yard, take the elevator all the way upstairs, cross the roof, and walk down. That's where I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So these dudes that got stuck, and so I'm saying, but the people are listening to them.
right.
That's the thing. You have confused souls and people that have questions, and they're reading and they want to claim and be Sabaean, but they're unsure.
Sure.
And we are the ones that's supposed to know, and that we're not putting the information out there for them. We're not out there. I mean, granted the COVID, granted, things are changing, okay, but we do have these computers that we could go worldwide in a click of a damn button. So what's stopping us from doing that? So I was like, you know what? Well, I don't know everything, but I'm okay not knowing everything. But what I do know, I'm unshakable. You can't move me. And now I was like, okay, but now I got to reach out for the brothers that know what I don't know. Boom, let's go. And can articulate things that I might be sketchy on, patchwork with the articulation of things. I know it don't seem like there's too many things that I know. I make it look good, but it's real. Now, the God, what do you want me to call you? Eternal? What do you want me to call you, God? King? I want to ask you specifically. We're gonna get into it because you have like you said, you're a researcher. You know what I'm saying? So I know you hear. You have people that talk about the master and WU-SABAT and Nuwapu and Nuwapia, and the idea that all the things that we are learning are just figments of Dr. Malachi Z. York's imagination. like he's just making up this science. Even so you as a researcher, you hear me, right? Mari.
I don't see his link anymore.
He just left, right? He just pounced off. It's like he here. Okay, I'm gonna add him back to the stream. Yo, you hear me? Mari?
I hear you loud and clear. You can't hear me?
No, you just disappeared. You wasn't even there no more.
Oh, no, I heard everything you said.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, I see Kufu is down there too. I'm gonna let you in a second, Kufu. So when you hear because you as a researcher, I want you to please introduce the family to some of the developments on you researching the words and the concept of Nuwapu and Nuwapia as historical realities. If you can, if you're willing to, and go into that and things of that nature, because we need the people to be confident in knowing that this goes not that it go past the master, but what does master teacher represents in the reemergence of our ancient sciences today. You dig?
Absolutely, absolutely. To answer your first question, um, the African American has a special condition, right? And that's the condition of being limited to a particular hallway of academia because we only speak English, right? And being confined to a particular hallway of academia due to our lack of other languages and other literature within other languages, we're easily misled and confused on things that are outside of the linguistic and language paradigm that we find ourselves in, right? So with that in mind, a lot of the things that were taught by the master teacher can be found in foreign languages, right? And it's just as simple as that. And particularly, these things can be found in the histories of Arabic writers. Okay. What's today's date? Can we postmark this, please?
Oh, we're gonna postmark this. This is Saturday, September 4th. Write it down. September.
And Pharaoh Shepsis.
Yes, tour.
Petty T. Reye.
Tour.
Can we both agree that prior to this date that it is not on any verbal record or any written record of any of our adversaries ever showing where the word Nuwabia is at historically? Can we all agree on that previous to this time and date,
okay,
that we cannot find any of our adversaries
that's right
mentioning Nuwabia as a historical place? Can we validate that?
Well, yeah, they definitely put themselves in position to say that it doesn't exist anywhere.
Okay. Thank you.
I know Petty's a little more informed than me, so he got more skin in the game. He's been on the front lines longer. So, what can you say about that, Petty, as far as the adversaries?
Before I go any further, Petty, can you confirm that for the people that there is not any verbal record or any written record of any of our adversaries, any of our critics, ever showing where the word Nuwabia is at as a specific place in historical documentation? Can you verify that?
Yeah, to my knowledge, listening to the adversaries, and I do listen to them, they consider our whole doctrine is pseudo, false, made up by the master teacher.
That's right.
That he's a false teacher, misleader. Our information is not true or not verifiable. So they make a lot of claims against us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hold on. Before you go, let me let the brother Kufu in here so he could be a stand witness also. He's here. So Kufu and Tahuti I'm letting in the stream now. The brother E King is about to sound like he's about to drop the bomb on him. So so I want you on witness. You want that. Kufu, can you hear me?
Raw back, God.
Raw back, beloved. Yeah, so yeah, the brother E King about to go in on Nuwapu as a historical situation. He's like, yo, listen, outside of the master teacher, His Excellency Dr. Malachi Z. Kobino York Okran, Baba Yanun. Go ahead, God. E King is about to confirm some things.
Okay.
Right.
So the great teacher and scholar and anthropologist Sheikh Anta Diop states that the Arabs and the Arabic-speaking historians did an awesome job at recording African history, right? Even when indigenous Africans and native-speaking African people were not recording their own history. This is between the years 711 and the 1500s, right? So it was these Arabic-speaking historians from Ghana, from Morocco, from Yemen, from Syria, from Sudan, that did whatever it took to record African history. They traveled all over Africa recording what they could, right? This is so Cheikh Anta Diop, he mentions this in a book called Pre-Colonial Africa. Okay, I suggest people purchase that book. But what Cheikh Anta Diop does not do, perhaps because time didn't allot him to do, and he touched up on so many other different topics, but it was just one thing that he didn't do when he mentions that, is that he did not mention the Arabic sources that he's speaking of in terms of these sources that recorded all this African history, right? But so in retracing the footsteps of the teacher Cheikh Anta Diop, I went and got those Arabic sources, okay? And one of those sources is written by Said el-Maghribi, right? Said el-Maghribi, he travels back to Sudan and he speaks with a group of people called the Nuba. Okay? And in speaking with the Nuba, he asks them, hey, where did you guys get your name from? And they say, we got it from a place called Nuwabia.
Hold up.
Hold
up, God. Hold up.
Yes, sir.
Said al-Maghribi. That's what you said.
Yes, Said al-Maghribi. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when he asked the Nubans are Nubian people?
Nuba.
The Nuba.
Yeah, we're going to keep it as close to what's said as possible.
Exactly. The Nuba people. Mm-hmm. Where did you get your name from? Their response was what? Say that again.
We all came from a place called Nuwabia. And that's where we got our name from. Now the question is, hey, how did they spell Nuwabia? All right. Spell for the record. They spell it N-U-W-A with an accent mark over the top. B-I-Y-A, which is pronounced Nuwabia. And when he asks, hey, where is Nuwabia located? They said it's south of Dungalawa. South of Dungalawa is in the region of Napata and Merowe. Now, in addition to that, Said el-Maghribi is not the only one who's recording this. Another historian by the name of Ibn Hakal is recording this as well. Okay? So it's within their literature that you find a place by the name of Nuwabia. And what's interesting about this record is it was not translated into the English until 2014.
Until 2014?
To 2014, which means it was still in Arabic up until 2014.
Yo, hold up. So this has been kept by the Arabs and Arab-speaking scholars and authorities of the world up until 2014. The fact that the Nuba people, according to them, got their name or came from a place called Nuwapia. And where Nuwapia is south of Dangoloa in the center of Napata and Moreau.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping. Okay. Yeah. Damn. What's the other brother name? Ibn Makal, what you said?
Ibn Hakal. Ibn Hakal. Now it even goes a step further than that, Pharaoh Shepsis.
How much further we gonna go? What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm listening.
Why we got all these ancient Egyptian names, and we from West Africa, Pharaoh? Right? Isn't that what the critics say as well? Isn't that one of their complaints?
Yeah.
Y'all.
Who?
Huh?
Now go ahead, I'm listening.
Oh, yeah. One of the complaints is, we supposed to be from West Africa, right? But yet we claiming to be ancient Nubians and ancient Egyptians and and all of these other Central East ancient civilizations we're claiming descendancy from, right? So that's another point of contention and confusion. It's another point of ignorance, if I might say so myself. right? But once again, with true scholarship, true research, we have found evidence, historical record of the Nuba migrating from Nuwabia, Kemet, Sudan into a place called Ghana, right? And this is mentioned by Ibn Hakal as well. Ibn Hakal stated that the Nuba said that they had been migrating from Sudan, Nuwabia, into West Africa for thousands of years across the Sahel, right? And in doing so, they left civilizations and city states from Sudan all the way to Wagada, Mali, right? Which was called Ghana at the time. You understand? So it is a known fact, historically documented, that these people from Nuwabia migrated into Mali, Senegal, and other places west, including Chad, northern Cameroon, and Libya. All of this is reported by Ibn Hakal, Sayyid al-Maghribi, and Sayyid al-Andalusi.
Listen. So what? So basically, we have Islamic historian, Arabic-speaking historians confirming Nuwapia as a place that a lot of the migrants that migrated to Ghana, Mali, Senegal, Chad, Libya, amongst other places, they they identified Nuwapia as their origin, as one of the places they came from.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so when you so do we simply and for the record,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. Well, the reason why we're referring to these historians as Arabic-speaking historians is because they're not Arabs in all sense,
That's right.
right? And so, like, let's take for instance Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is from Yemen. He doesn't say he's Arab. He says he's Hadrami. He makes a distinction between his clan and the Arabs, and he's living in Algeria. Ibn Khaldun, right? So, but he's speaking Arabic, but he's not Arab. So that's very important, and that's why we're drawing a distinction between Arabic-speaking historians
And
versus Arabs.
Arab people.
Right.
That's right. That's right. I understand.
Okay. So, in addition to that fact, there's genetic markers that correspond to this oral and historical record that states that these people from Sudan migrated into parts of West Africa. But all of that, all of this, and much more will be coming out in a research compilation that will clarify every last aspect of doubt concerning ancient Sabaeanism and its modern representation.
So you're saying you're compiling a book of some sort, some research compilation, as you said. You're putting that together.
Yeah, absolutely. As I've been working on it for the last 10 years with other research associates, and it's time for that to come on up.
And what's the focal point? Give me like a primary, secondary, third, like focal point of this research compilation. What are you looking to accomplish?
What initially started this research was the misunderstanding of animistic culture, a onslaught of poor scholarship in its critique against the master teacher of 52 years. So that was the initial catalyst for this research, right? And then that grew into the fact that African people worldwide need to know the role that they played in science, literature, and physics.
Absolutely.
So through this research, we hope to attain clarity and to have historical texts at the fingertips of the reader that don't have thousands of dollars to spend from Oxford and Yale and Harvard and Germany and other places of location that this research was obtained. So that is the point of the research, to clarify, rectify, and protect animistic culture.
Whew. So we got a project on the way, ladies and gentlemen, that specifically deals with confirming and really like confirming and protecting and the culture of animism, that we call WU-SABAT. That is, am I correct for saying that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely correct.
That's where it's at. That's what's up, God. I applaud you and commend you, and Petty Kufu Madu try to come back in here because it's that time. You heard what the God said. You have any questions, any add-ons, any builds to go along with? I mean, he just historically pointed out Nuapia, and I know Baba is constantly talking about Moreau and Napata as the origins, right? He's constantly referring to, he's like, so what the God is saying is that outside of the master, he's tracked down in these manuscripts that were just recently translated as recent as 2014. Up into 2014, it wasn't even in English.
And this is why. Hold on, can I say this? Can I drive this point home? And this is why the American Negro, the whether they call themselves scholars, critics, and this is why they're so confused on Sabaean culture as it has been taught by Baba Yananan. The reason why they're so confused is because they don't speak Arabic. They won't invest the money into the resources. So in light of their confusion, they want to make others confused. And this you can say that this is an immune response. This is an immune response to that inflammation we call poor scholarship.
Okay. Yeah.
I think,
Go ahead now. Get petty on it.
Yeah, I think that, and that's one. I commend the brother. That's really great information, and our people need that. It goes into one of the reasons why I talked about the encyclopedia project, whereas we can begin to really start collecting all of this data so our people can have an ability to research the facts pertaining to our culture, because there's just so much things our people just don't know. And a lot of things, I don't know if they don't know. I think a lot of it has to do with their purposely ignoring it. Because, it's kind of weird to me where when you look at the science now, because that's their thing, right? The Amara Squad has been pushing that, and a lot of people keep talking about this scientific method and research, and
it's the European method.
Yeah.
That's what they talk about. You know what I mean?
And that's true. And it's funny because obviously everyone knows that the concept of science comes out of Kemet, right?
Right.
It comes out of Egypt. And anyone who knows anything about Egypt dealt with metaphysics. And so they dealt with the science beyond the physical.
That's right.
So they dealt with material science and they dealt with the metaphysical science, which that's what metaphysics means, beyond the physical, which is really what quantum mechanics really is.
That's right.
It's the same thing. So I don't know why they act like that's some kind of mystery. and so beyond the physical, dealing with spirit beings and the existence of other dimensions. And so that was very key in Egyptian culture. And in fact, if the master told people to research the book, it was put out by that old Egyptologist Budge
Wallace E. Budge, yeah.
Yeah, Budge. It's called Egyptian Magic.
Mm-hmm.
And in that particular book, it talks about how our ancestors dealt with metaphysical sciences and how advanced they were when it came to that.
Yeah, just change it. Yeah, that's official.
So this was a reality when you look at the Moors, because one of the key things that the Moors taught in Spain was alchemy. And alchemy, obviously, is the metaphysical science that comes out of ancient Kemet. And alchemy was about transforming matter, material matter, or cells, atoms, electrons into energy, and vice versa. Really, alchemy was dealing with the transformation of humans transforming themselves back into God beings, or what they call resurrecting beings. And so that's essence what alchemy is. When the Mukasu talks about it in the general media, they'll just say alchemy is about transmutation
of base metals to gold.
Exactly, that's what they say. But that's not. They know that's not really what alchemy was really about. Alchemy was about the going into a higher state of consciousness.
That's right.
And so these are metaphysical sciences that was well known in our culture, and it was in alignment with the key was it was in alignment with the materialistic sciences. They worked hand in hand, and the Mukasu separated like I was just telling you. And it's kind of interesting that our people who study these things haven't picked up on that.
Wow.
That they're ignoring the metaphysical aspects of it. I mean, other than people like Bobby Valentine, Phil Valentine,
Bobby Hemmett.
I think they go to a whole nother. They kind of go to another level with it. Those guys.
Yeah, because they grabbed everything from the Mukasu's scientific mind.
Yeah,
instead of going back to our true roots.
Yeah,
our approach. Yeah,
they like Bobby Hemmett get into he calls on every spirit being imaginable. So
him and the brother Panic, who's on this Baphomet trip.
Yeah, exactly. They're calling on 6 ether forces, and they haven't identified the difference between 9 ether forces and 6 ether forces because they don't know that science. Yeah. You know, we're the ones that had that science. The master teacher had to explain the difference. You know, not to mention, it was a well-known reality that in ancient Kemet, our culture was based on making decisions based on sound right reasoning that the Greeks called nous, that we called nupu or nuapu. That is in the hieroglyphics. That nupu is in the hieroglyphics. And the science we taught was science of sound reasoning, that our doctrine was based on making decisions based on sound reasoning, being in harmony and understanding natural nature. That's right. Which is what our culture being, based on our principles of Ba'at, being in balance and harmony. And anyone who understands the European cultures know that the European cultures is completely adverse to being in harmony with nature, which is why they're polluting the earth with all their fossil fuels and everything else that they do. Yeah. So it's totally adverse. And so it's interesting that our people haven't picked up on that the European culture is completely adverse to African culture, and why we should be getting into that. And we're the only ones that really explain that in detail and try to point that out. The master teacher is done, Yeah.
And right now, a lot of our people, because they don't want the warfare, they don't want the war. They want to be at peace. And in order to be at peace, they think the way to do that is by assimilating, because they're ignoring the natural nature of their adversary and what he's done historically to himself and his family and to our people whenever we come in contact with him. Right. and we choose to ignore that. And then we sit there like almost like closing our eyes and just waiting for him to devour and destroy, other people. We just gambling, hoping that it's not us this time around. And it's crazy. But you were saying earlier. First of all, let me say. So you said the Greeks called it nous.
Nous, yeah.
Our science, and that I forgot which book it was in, where Baba showed the new pool in the hieroglyphs on the walls.
If you research some of Budge's books, he put it in his books, because he was translating the hieroglyphics, and so he actually in some of his translations you see it. You see the translation of Nupu, because he was translating the word Nupu, he was translating the word Pa'ut, he was translating, and that's in Budge's books, and so. I'm just saying they're aware of it. Those who know, those who research, our culture, they knew what we were teaching in ancient Kemet, which obviously we was teaching the same thing in ancient in Sudan and Nubia or Kush, right? Because you had the Egyptian society and you had the Kushite society side by side, living the exact same culture. In fact, the Kushites had a little bit more advanced culture than what was in Kemet. And they were constantly battling each other over that because the Kushites had an issue with the Egyptians because of all the mixing in they were doing. And that was that's why they was constantly having a conflict, fighting, the wars between the two societies, because of keeping the Kushite. You saying the Kushites were trying to keep the bloodline, the genetics pure, keep the genes
recognizing
pure,
those spirit energies connected to the genetics,
keep the genes pure. But remember that the Egyptians were the Sumerians that invaded and took over Kemet. That's right. That's what the first dynasty was. Right. And so they was already mixed genes. That's kind of how we came about. That was the mixed genes, that whole Adam's bloodline, the Kuthites or the Watusis who eventually took over, Kemet. And or that bloodline that got pushed out when the Hindus came in, and now that's why those what they call the Tutsis that's in Rwanda now, Uganda. Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. That blood and Sudan. They're like they call them the Dinka tribe.
You talking about the tall? You talking about that tall tribe? Like
you have the Dinka tribe that's tall. Those are all of those descendants of those same people. The Masa tribe. All of them originally came from Samaria.
That's crazy. I was just looking at a short documentary. It was talking about the tall brothers from Sudan. You know what I mean? They're just going in on how tall. Like, why does the Sudanese have so many extremely tall people?
Right.
And they didn't really understand the significance. Yeah, that's deep.
That was
tying into the giants.
That was that bloodline that came out of Samaria. The master put that in the book, the materialization right. They used to call them the Turanians. That was an ancient name for them.
I literally reading this today and yesterday. Literally, like
it's in there. Because he shows in that book, he shows the Masa tribe, all of them, they came out of Samaria and they came into Africa and took over. That was the beginning of the 46 dynasties, which were the original, aka Hebrews.
It's also in all their Black Devils as well.
Okay.
Yeah. He talks about the Watusis and the different tribes and how they split and how they were descendants, just like what Petty was saying. They are descended from that region, Mesopotamia. They came in, and a lot of your not only mixing but raping came from those beings from that region, and then they came into and start raping the tides. So, but yeah, it's pretty profound. I really want to just double back what the brother was saying about the different Arabic scholars that had knowledge of a lot of ancient cultures linked linked to Sudan. If you go back to old, and I'm gonna find it, and next time we get on, I'm gonna have it. It was a class the master teacher mentioned. Of course, you guys know Petty, you probably came across it as well. Everybody, those who kind of was a part of the Ansar Law School. He in one class, as you know, being an Islamic school, teaching about a lot of the ancient cultures of Sudan, and he mentioned, because that was that time he was explaining how Adam, they came out of Sudan. Now, he's not talking about obviously the Caucasian Adam. He was talking about us, but he made reference to life and the first human beings coming out of the Sudanese
Switch up my
era,
amen.
and then started migrating out of that area. But he mentions it in a class back in the 80s, with the same reference that we came out of East Africa and went into West Africa. He has a whole class on it, talking about the bondage, and I think the name of the class is called Bondage or something like that, talking about the slave trade and how they were two slave trades, and but mainly coming out of East Africa into West Africa. We know that the Bassa tribe out of Liberia comes out of Sudan. We know the Yoruba tribe out of Nigeria comes from Sudan. So it's a bunch of cultural aspects, as well as the brother was saying, prior to uh, 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 but prior to these so-called divisions of countries in Africa, you had regions, just like the Sangwai Empire that eventually became the split between Ghana and Mali. People don't know that word Ghana actually comes from Mali. The word Ghana comes from Mali, actually. So very interesting, brother, correlating a lot of things that historically were known, because nobody ever see out of all of this, you never hear anybody do any build or any breakdown on Timbuktu. Why we never seen a movie about Timbuktu? Why nobody ever emphasized the type of sophistication, the type of knowledge, the type of medical advancements, as well as spiritual advancements that Timbuktu housed in manuscripts in Arabic, as a matter of fact.
In Arabic, that's
Going
true.
back to the 3rd and 4th century. So it's like over 700,000, and they're probably deteriorating by the day because they're so old. Dealing with medicine, dealing with different sciences, as well as language and culture and things of that nature. So you see, and of course, everybody, you'll hear the Malians say that their knowledge comes out of Africa, which you go into the Dogon information, Baba explained, and you got other scholars who put books on it, but they migrated, they admitted that they come from Egypt, literally. The people that's there right now, the Dogons, they say that their ancestors came from Egypt. And of course, they was in contact with different beings, different unearthly, species of beings, as well as in Egypt as well, Tamaray, ancient cultures. It's so ironic that you got that aspect there that everybody tends to overlook. You got these guys still talking about European ideology, and I'm like, where's your African mind? Where is that mind that your ancestors had? You're not talking from an African perspective. No disrespect to Bobby Hemmett or Valentine. You're right, brother. They still have that Eurocentric mindset of discerning the type of knowledge that our ancestors truly possessed, and it wasn't in books. That's one thing that they're not going to say. So I will say this part about what the brother was saying about a lot of the knowledge wasn't written down. It's true. It wasn't, because everything was in their brain and they lived it. So you don't see a lot of knowledge written down. It was later when they started writing down, because people start forgetting. And once that forgetful being started coming about through the mixing, we started to weaken our genes more and more. And we forgot those potent and those ancient truths by way of WU-SABAT, by way of the affirmation that we had, which is obviously sound right reasoning that we had natural by way of our natural nature. So we didn't have to write things down because we lived it and we expressed it to each other to an extent that it was something that it was a part of us. It wasn't something like, oh, wow. And mind you now, they didn't get this from books. All of this stuff was coming from mind to mind. You
Go
know,
ahead. Just said that.
You follow what I'm saying? So
Yeah, go ahead, God.
neuroscience of Wunawap, you go into all
Neuroscience of Wunawap.
He's building how we were connected from mind to mind, from the ethers. That's how what they're talking, Natir, they got all the names wrong. Natir is Nathar. It's not Natir. You can tell that the Caucasian got a hold of those ancient tones, but they couldn't pronounce it properly.
But even those things came from the Caucasians and their translations of the Rosetta Stone.
Exactly.
That the master even admitted and said that Panathar left to distract them and throw them off.
Purposely.
You
so
know,
they would get the tones.
So God, listen, when you also said like we started writing because the forgetful being started to become developed from mixing in. Exactly. And you said mind because remember, you know, one of the higher senses to telepathy. There was no need to write if we going from mind to mind. Once somebody knows something, we throwing the thought back and forth to each other. Also, the epigenetics coming from the ancestors and even the spiritual realm having all the knowledge within us already.
Yo, listen. You I'm getting explosions right now. Listen, what you just said right now. Look at the 9 different. The master was saying we lost our 4 higher senses, right? Telepathy, psychometry, clairvoyance, and intuition, right?
That's right.
So once you have access to those 4 higher senses, quote unquote, you have full access of your whole brain. Yes or no?
That's what he said.
Okay, so once you have full access of your whole brain, they're not books, and you're not toting books around now. Everybody got to remember this. Look how many books we got right now. So nobody's gonna be toting around books in the back. You'll be basically carrying suitcases of books. Then, if that's the case, no, it's already. Baba said it in No More God Games, right? You go to that class. He taught in Tamaray, in Ramesses. It's called No More God Games. If you go into that class, he explained that WU-SABAT or Nawapo at the time. He said Nawapo is already inside of you. It's already there. All of that affirmation that we're learning, all the affirmation that's in the scrolls, it's already in us. He's the one that's able to activate the dead bones. Now, what's in the bones? The marrow. What's in the marrow is the formation of new blood cells, right? So those bones and the blood that's in us, that the Nathar, and because we are children of them, he's the one have the tones, the frequency. This talks about that in the Golden Children. Go back to the Golden Children of the last page. That whole book is explains it. But the last 2 pages of the Golden Children, he explained that the words and the sentences that he puts together is able to activate and literally affect our DNA.
That's
Once
right.
that happens, you will start to be activated. That's what's activating our minds, our awareness expands, just like what you just explained just now and what the brother mentioned earlier.
All right, to add on to that, and then I got a question in the chat for the brother Amari, but E King. So he was talking about the affirmation is inside of us. So to confirm that, there was a build on it was like Gaia or one of them, and it was talking about the DNA strand and how the DNA is able to hold like billions of memory, like terabytes of information. They had literally downloaded, they had like a micro piece of DNA, and they downloaded hundreds of thousands of songs and music into it. So when you take that, matter of fact, the brother that be on, he be building on Billy Carson. He was talking about the DNA and how the DNA is literally a storage facility. So when you think about what we're made of, our DNA, and we that there's different forms of DNA. We supposed to have access to all of that in at birth. We supposed to have access to all
Right.
information in our DNA. And the brother, the Amos Wilson, the Dr. Amos Wilson, he wrote in the psychological development of the black child that our children are supposed to have access through their neurons and synapses to the unlimited amount of information in our DNA. But we blocked them by introducing them to this foolish world of the Mukasu. You understand?
Exactly.
So all those things, man, it's like, yo, this is like you said, DNA explosions. Where
And-
you go? Student, I'm about to ask you the damn question. You just broke out.
But this last point, this last point,
Go ahead.
adding on to that, and me and Petty built on this many times about the resonance. Their whole job, the whole Kakasu's plan, spirit beings, specters, whatever you want to call them, they're shapeshifters, whatever you want to call them. They had to make sure that they took us out of our resonance. And once you take us out of those tones and you start adding in slowly these different dialects, slowly these different breakdowns in different religion, not religion, but different languages. Once that was achieved, then once we were out of our resonance, we were starting to mix in at the same time. This what blocked that ability. It talks about that in dimensional shift. When you start, when you go into that scroll, he explains how that morphic resonance started to be broken up. And once they broke it up, we had no longer access, and for lack of a better word, to the Nathal or our ancestors. We now no more access to that Akasha records. We don't have no longer access to the divine. That's how we start to become broken down, time by time, piece by piece. So that really goes into that real heavily, that they had to take us out of those tones. So when the brother mentioned, the Arabs was teaching it, the Arabs knew about it, but they weren't going to teach it. You see, because it's not in their DNA, it's not in their best interest to say, wow, these people were great. These people really had an ancient society that dwarfs all of the barbarism that came with us as invaders, because Baba was saying most of them are Indians, which are from Mesopotamia. The Arabs, the so-called Jews, all of them, he said the Jews are from Turkey. So you got them are from Turkey, and then you got the other ones are all from Mesopotamia, and European countries out there.
That's right.
So when you get into the real, out of those who roam from place to place, which is all it means, they were the migrants who had got a touch of that ancient knowledge from Sudan, from Tamaray, and started to distort it. And that's what, the Greeks had took most of their so-called Herodotus. I forgot his name, but I think it's Herodotus. It wrote a whole breakdown of the knowledge that they gained out of Tamaray and Imhotep. So it's right there. But when these guys with this so-called scientific method, I'm like, look at where you're getting your information from.
Bro,
because you never thought that our people had any knowledge of. They already told you that Egyptians were doing brain surgery way back then. The Kakasu even tells them that. They
say that there's no medical accomplishment that they have in the present day that Imhotep has it, that they don't have in the British Museum, that Imhotep don't have listed in his book that he did already.
Exactly.
None. There's none.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And dealing with the Arabs stole everything. They stole everything. They stripped the pyramids down, and it became the masjids. So they dealing with stolen legacy. Hold on, let me see something with we got the comments. I want the God. Listen, don't be asking me to post nothing because I don't know how to work nothing yet. Hold up. The God. Well, shout out to a lot of the brothers that just jumped in while we was building. Eloise, Kit, Kufu, Kansu, you was there. Collective Tribal Consciousness, appreciate all of y'all. What's that? Sidat M? Yeah, he student is here. That's me. Mustafa Workman, he broke out already. Okay. Okay, Assad Knight, Eternal Entertainment Television, and it's somebody else, Messiah Trinzi. And I see you, God, Ron, do you back in. So a side night asks, can we ask E. King, did Saeed al-Andalusi speak about Sabaeism or Moorish science? God, you heard the question?
Yeah, that's a great question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, God.
Okay. All right. So, Said al Andalusi, he's living in Andalus, of course, right? Which we call modern day Spain. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. And so he's living in Andalus, and he writes a book called Tabakat el Umam, which means the categories of the nations, right? Um, um, a modern day Moor would say that this is traditional Moorish literature. Okay? So within the book Tabakat el Umam, Said al Andalusi is explaining how all of the races began as Sabaeans. Okay, this is the words that he used. In fact, he used the Arabic word Sabat, and they translated into the English as Sabaeans. Right. So according to Said al-Andalusi, the whole human race began as Sabaeans, right? And they had sciences. Okay. And throughout this book, now keep in mind, this is what you call classical Moorish literature. Throughout this book, Moorish science is never mentioned. What is mentioned, however, is the science and the religion of the Sabaeans. Okay? So, no, Said al-Andalusi does not mention Moorish science. Moorish science is nowhere in the literature as an actual word within the Arabic language. What is in the literature is Ilam el-Sabat, the science of the Sabaeans.
The science of the Sabaeans.
Yeah, the science of the Sabaeans. So if we're going to be historically correct, if we're going to employ the scientific method and the historical method, then let's do so to the best of our abilities. And respectfully speaking, let's shed away the misconceptions that are born out of dogma. Thank you.
Okay, you over there at Cheers with Norm in them, apparently. Norm! Where everybody know your name. We hear you, God. Now that's official. The brother Messiah Trinzi, he said something. He said, sad to believe that all the info from Wunu Wap is in us because some of the info in the doctrine is dead wrong. I responded, give me an example, Messiah, and we are waiting for a response.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because you know what? That's why in forums like this are very important because I found when we were in Brooklyn and we were doing book readings. So everybody would collect. We would read a book for that week, and we would come together to reread the book as a collective. And then as we're reading, we having questions, answers, discussions, and you get to see people comprehension. Right. And where people are there, where people aren't there, people that had extra information to confirm from older exclusive stuff that's unreleased, all kinds of stuff was coming out. And then so we was able to sift through and be like, wow, this nigga crazy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes niggas was crazy. Sometimes people just didn't have the understanding. A lot of times, the problem with Sabaeans and Wapis that was studying is that their information and references were coming from outside the doctrine. And so they will filter Nuwapu through the teachings of other people, as opposed to filtering those teachings through the Nuwapu. It was almost like they look at the master teacher as a second-hand source of information. And if he doesn't parallel up with the people that's really copying him, then they like, nah, I can't deal with that.
But think about this, God. Like what you just said is exactly, as you all can bear witness, what the Sunnis was doing. The brothers was doing back in Brooklyn.
Yes.
That's all they was doing is filtering Baba's knowledge through the pale Arab. Yes or no?
Yes. Because they learned Islam through read psychology. And so Baba had told us, even back then, he would say, if they ask you if you Muslim, to say no. Because if when you answer yes, they're gonna comprehend it from their understanding of what a Muslim is.
Exactly.
And so he was like, say no, and they're gonna be confused because you're sitting there in the attire, and then you get to explain to them what you are. See, now you give it's like with the Wu Nuwap. He was like, we have a new word, a new title. We got to define it for you. You can't come to us with a preconceived diagnosis or explanation of what it is. We are the gods of our own destiny. This is what Nuwapu is. You don't have an argument from it for it because we're introducing you to it. And still, they had a problem with it because they can't focus, they can't function with so-called black people defining their own reality. They're so caught up and embedded in the Mukasu psychology and the Mukasu controlling stuff. The idea that we didn't get permission to do it. Nobody said y'all could do it. They didn't give that to y'all. It's not rooted in one of the European sciences. Nah, that's not real.
Right.
That's
what the master
is saying. Go ahead, brother.
Right, and that's why the master came out with the spell of Leviathan, the first book hit in 1970, Petty?
71, yeah.
You see, 71. What, the spell of Leviathan. So it's like that is the spell at its finest, right there, what you just said. And you know what's so sad about it? Brothers don't even know, or sisters, they don't even know that they're under a spell coming from the mindset of another culture, trying to identify and trying to critique your culture, which is original because we are the first world people.
That's right.
Here you are. They're now coming from a second stance instead of a first stance. They're coming from the mind of a second and third stance people that just got on the scene trying to explain our culture, which obviously the true way of life is where the original cultures, which was came out of Nubia. You see,
that's right.
So you know what I'm saying. So they don't even realize all of the Sunnis arguing with the master teacher all that time. Look how much time that they lost. Look how much knowledge that they didn't ever obtain during that time up to now.
Well, most of the followers, that's true. But what the leaders have been doing has been picking off of what we left behind in the Islamic schools and trying to sound heavy to keep control over the populace. So what I find is that most of the leaders of all of the schools that we left behind, the people that's still studying the doctrine, those are the ones that's controlling. If you go into who's controlling the Hebrew Israelites, it's people that's dealing with the Nubian Islamic Hebrew doctrine. And who's controlling the Muslims? People that's dealing with the Ansarullah doctrine. They have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that we left behind, and they're able to control their congregation utilizing that information because they're light years ahead of them. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
but at the same time, they become the vampires. You see, they become the bloodsuckers.
That's right. That's
what they turn into. So
that's
they're
right.
using them for energy. They're using them for financial gain. So that's what the problem is right now. People are using that knowledge that Baba gave and put out way back then, and now they're taking the mantle and start trying to create little subsects.
That's what they want. They're not there to save souls. If they were about saving souls, then they would have stayed a part of the mission. They're about building a world of comfort around themselves and sexual prowess of women that they can run through and money.
Exactly.
And they use I call it profit for profit. That's what it is.
Exactly.
And then these brothers that are our so-called adversaries, they talking all this pro-black stuff and they're hiding behind this Egyptian cloud, but then they're using pseudo and scientific method. And this is all European academia.
Literally.
This is European academic stuff. So these are brothers that are street learned that want to tap into the collegiate forum for their definitions and their thought patterns. And it's like, bro, these are people that will sell us out at the drop of a dime to be accepted as an honorary doctor. Honorary, you know what I'm saying? Like they'd be let into Harvard and Yale and given honorary doctorate degrees, and they will sell the whole tribe out. in order to be recognized as a good Negro pet by the Europeans. That's the people that we're dealing with. And they hate us because we deal with the master. And how Baba described him, Baba described himself. He said in the Planet of the Apes, he's the monkey that can speak.
Right.
So he's like, these niggas think they smarter than everybody because they following this nigga. He's the ape, the ape that can speak. He's the moon, the monkey, or the moon key, the key to unlocking the moon cycle and going into the sun cycle. Yeah, God.
So I'm really interested in hearing what this brother in the comments is going to say about what doctrine. What
absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
If it has flaws, I really like to hear it. You know, because I want to see. This is a good way to really, you know, to check the pulse, like what's really out there. Who really has who really say they have more information for the people by trying to tear down confirmed and sound right reasoning. So I want to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's he's body bluffing. He see the God. He see King Mari just.
Oh, you froze.
Just, you know, he went to newport.org. He know what's happening.
Exactly. You're chopping it up.
In the chat. That's all he's doing.
Yeah. Because this is like a stimulation here, brother. That, you know, from you, Petty, and what y'all put out. It's like these forms are necessary because
the most. Gang, you keep getting cut off, so that's why I don't know if you're talking or not.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that what I found is that the most resistant people to the doctrine are those that have questions that people haven't answered, and they become now more adamant about answering, constantly talk until we finally have that conversation.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Yeah, he's breaking up bad.
Maybe his computer.
Yeah,
I just disappeared for a minute. Me and Pet.
Yeah, you was breaking up bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they must be coming down on us. They coming down on us, y'all. Y'all got your bags packed? Mama, the exit ready? Because I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. That's a sign. That's when Pharaoh Vanis came back speaking Spanish.
But yeah, you know, but the last thing family, like the last thing you were saying, that where it would lead people, and this is just going to be the reality that nobody likes to talk about, is nobody's going to like to touch. It will lead to going to that point, especially even for the religious family out there. Is going to lead you down the road, down the path of acknowledging the origin of that religion. You're not going to like it. The origin of what Abraham or Abraham was, you're not going to like it. The origin of Musa, Moses, Thutmose, you're not going to like who these beings really were and what purpose that they really served in real history, and to realize, were they in cahoots, or did they have some type of covenant? Because most people right now, the Muslims can't explain the covenant of Abraham, and the Christians can't explain the covenant of Jesus. They can't explain the covenant. And who was that covenant towards, or who was that covenant with? None of them can explain that. So when they start talking about covenant this, they can't explain it, because when you find out, when you break it down, you're going to start seeing that those covenants were sacrifices of human bodies, children, women, and men, to other foreign beings that is not of this world. And that's what they're going to come to the realization of. But the Kakasu basically tell you in plain sight, this is who we really worship. This is who we really are. The Jews right now, I'm talking about the Orthodox, the one that read the Zohar, the one that read the all these different the Talmud and all of them. They'll tell you, I can get an audio right now and explain that this guy said that they eat humans. They eat children.
You talking about Rabbi Finkelstein.
Finkelstein audio.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
It's tons of them. That's just one. but they got tons of those little covens. That's why they saw covens, covenant. All these represented those ritualistic, satanic worships of these different deities that came to become known as the religions of today. You know, people don't even know what it really means. It, and what that is. Well, it means a festival. No, when you look up it means flesh, eating. It talks about sacrificing. Is what Eid. That's why when Ramadan is over, they said, "Well, we're gonna have Eid." Okay, now isn't it ironic that Eid is a Sumerian deity who was a reptilian in Sumeria, an ancient Sumerian deity, a female Eid was a Sumerian deity in Mesopotamia, but yet it's in Islam. How did it get there? How did the word Eid get into the Islamic culture of sacrificing after you've fasted for 40 days or 30 days or whatnot? They don't realize all of that blood sacrifice. Master Jesus broke this down in Is God Light? He broke it down in a lot of other stuff. All that blood of animal flesh that they sacrifice into that same Allah, that same all these different deities of Islam that is actually spoken about, and people don't know where that sacrifice and these different covenants come from. The covenant of Abraham when he was about to sacrifice his son. People don't even know what was that sacrifice for, and they don't even realize what they're worshiping. So
that's the thing, though, God. They know that they're sacrificing to an otherworldly being. They call that otherworldly being Allah, and they call the other otherworldly beings that were his emissaries. They call them his messengers. You know what I'm saying, or angels. Right. So, but what the missing piece is connecting when they look at Allah or Jehovah and Adonai or Elohim. When you go through other scriptures, they don't connect the idea that the nature of that being is not an agreeable nature. They don't like if they were looking at another human being and judging them based on the deeds and actions of how Allah was moving, they would be like, stay away from that nigga. That nigga's a devil.
You know, what's interesting is that, you know, the whole thing that Alex Jones had brought out, the fact that that the elite, at least the Republican elite, you know, they worship the deity Moloch, and they do that sacrifice. And at the Bohemian Grove in California,
with the owl.
Yeah. And so, and part of the sacrificial rituals to sacrifice a child. And what's interesting about that is because Alex Jones tells how he actually was able to record that, how he was able to even get
in. Yeah, I remember that.
He explains how he got in.
Right.
He basically, he said a Democrat helped him. He said this gay guy. Because they was at, you know, they had the Democrats at war with the Republicans, and so he wanted to expose them, and so he said this gay Democrat guy told him how to sneak in.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah, show him how to sneak in and to expose what they're doing. You know, but point being is that these are elite, these are the lawmakers, right? Because all the presidents and people like that are there. And they're worshiping a deity, Moloch. They're letting them know that it's Moloch, and that's in the Bible, right? Moloch is in the Bible, and there's and part of the ritual is the sacrifice. And so, and then they're doing, you know, this gay ritual with children, and that's the leadership of this nation, and political leadership and the economic leadership. But our people are ignoring that. These are things that our people are ignoring in the so-called conscious community.
Right.
It you know, I mean, the facts are there, but they don't want to deal with the facts.
Nah, because the conscious community honestly are rejects from all the schools that we left.
Thank you.
That started to come together and find a clubhouse that would accept all the people that couldn't keep up with the studies, or who egos were so big they thought that they can outshine the master. So they created their own space. Like I said it before, like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. You see what I'm saying? So it's easy for them to go out there amongst the one-eyed men, well, amongst the blind, and they the one-eyed men. But it's hard for them as a one-eyed man to come amongst the gods that's sitting there with the two physical plus the spiritual. So they like, nah, I'm not dealing with them. I could go out here and run circles around these guys, you know. And that's what it comes down to. So now they created this conscious, because I was hearing the brother. That's why I wanted Ron do. I wanted him to be here because he heard to do Ali Muhammad now giving like this chronological order of the birth of the conscious community, and he totally like disrespected the master teacher as the origin, and then he put like Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, and Delbert Blair as like offsprings of Dr. York. He was like, they came out here with this old weird science, you know, because it's weird to him because he's Muslim. See, so he's constricted and confined. So he's talking this universal science, but you can't fit that universal science in this restricted place that still don't explain, you know, how Muhammad got to the heavens, the seven heavens, to speak to all the prophets that existed before him, and this donkey-like,
on
you know,
jackass, you know.
Yeah, the jackass.
But you know, what's sad is that because he admitted to me that he read all our doctrine, he has the holy tablets.
Of course he does.
I had detailed discussions with him, and he never said anything negative about our organization.
He literally,
and now he started to come out, unfortunately, and slandering the master, but he would never slander the master among us students.
Yes,
he wouldn't do that, but he wants to do that when he's not among us and go into public. And he puts that out in the public, because I've given him ample opportunities to have these discussions, but he didn't want to have them.
Yeah, he don't want to have the discussion. That's right.
But he goes into public and he slanders the master when, it's the Bruce Lee tactic. When he says you hit the board breaks, and Bruce Lee says, yeah, but the board don't hit back.
Hit back. That's right.
And that's what they like to do.
And they want to take the mat. They want to supplant the master. And Baba prepared this for you. We look at the old class, and they were in Jaza Abba, and he was like, "Why do people want to supplant and take the seat of the Most High when they could just work with the Most High and join in and share in the power?"
I saw that class.
You see what I'm saying? And he was talking in advance. Yeah. Like, yo, don't try to take it from me. Y'all can share it with me, and we'll control the world.
He was like, how would you do it? That was the question he asked the brother. Like, because he was talking about this the story between Anu and
that's right. And Alelu, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, Bob was like, well, how would you do it? Why would you need to do it if you could just share it?
That's right. That's right.
Why would you need to take the seat when the seat is there for it to be shared? Totally, right. Brother.
That's right. That was heavy. And so these dudes, so they want to usurp the master, right? And so I literally heard, I spoke about it last night, I'm speaking about it again, where Ali is literally making the argument that the rest of the conscious community, that they was behind him, 15 years behind him, with his assertion of an indigenous nation as establishing their indigenous rights and building their own government. He said this 15 years ago. So I'm like, yeah, but your 15 years was still 10 years after we had the United European Nation of Moors. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still was after we asserted ourselves and we built a sovereign government and we had our own constitution and we have our own passports and we had our own money. Like, you still, so you're trying to steal, like you're the origin of the thought pattern, when I know for a fact that he was buying literature from the sisters in Harlem, and he bought the United European Nation of Moors Constitution, which all of these so-called sovereign entities of brothers are using the numbers and the grid work, the prototype that Baba put together in order to establish themselves as sovereign governments. So these people are looking to take the master's spot, and they lack the master's qualifications, and that's a problem. And I don't understand why you still talking about you want to be free and indigenous and then say that you're Muslim.
Does that make sense?
You're a slave to the Arabs, to the Prophet Muhammad, to the ulama, and to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we know are extraterrestrials that have your best interest is not in mind. So yeah, these guys, man, are bananas.
Yeah.
Bananas. Yeah, so the brother Messiah, he still didn't come back, of course.
It is up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, brother said they WU-SABAT dropouts in the conscious community. They just want to be Dr. Malachi ZK York. It's all jealousy. It's a sad day.
Mind you, all of them, you could probably count them one by one, had some type of interaction with master's teachers, and they've admitted it on tape. 90% of them had some kind of interaction with the master teacher. You know, all the way back to the answer. So none of them could say, "Oh, I don't know nothing about the teachings of Dr. York," as they say. Yeah, they know, but they don't comprehend it. That's the problem.
That's the problem. You know why? Because the long walk and the short path. So most of them fell off before the doctrine was being relayed as the doctrine. Exactly. So he didn't start giving us our stuff and claiming what's ours as far as the culture until after the year 2000. So everybody that was in and like, oh, I'm this and I'm that, and I know I'm a student of and I was a part of. That didn't come until after 2000. So now dudes whose genes couldn't keep up, they fell off.
Now I'm gonna ask both of y'all this because I think y'all were during that time during the Ansar or just outside of that with the New Islamic Hebrew. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this quick question. Did at the time when the master teacher revealed himself as an extraterrestrial being named Yanun, during that time, what was the mindset of the brothers back then that y'all encountered when that knowledge started to come out? So this is pre-Wu Nawab now. So he's like, that's an introduction. Like, okay, I'm not who y'all think I am. I'm an extraterrestrial incarnation as Yanun. His name is Yanun. I would love to know what the brothers and what y'all maybe thoughts were when he said it, and the doctrine just literally, that Islam just took a whole different turn. So I wanted to always know that what the brothers' minds were like back then. Because Peter, you had said this before. A lot of them didn't comprehend it. They were there, but they didn't like really explain it or know how to explain it.
I mean, my experience, you know, me being in class and in the class, the master, you know, called himself Melchizedek. He called himself the angel Michael. And so when you read the Bible, Revelations chapter 12, it says the angel Michael is the one who defeated the dragon, right. You know, the devil. So I'm like, okay, we're being taught by a being who actually defeated the devil himself. So that was out there, you know, hearing that for me was like, wow, okay. All right. I didn't know what that meant, honestly. You felt, for me, I felt a sense of pride and a sense of fortune to meet a being like that, to be taught by someone like that. As far as the older brothers in the organization, they didn't talk about it, honestly.
Wow.
It wasn't discussed, at least not with me, or explained. I had many conversations because a lot of the brothers I were around, that I personally was around, they came in the 70s and the early 80s.
Wow.
And they just didn't explain those things, you know. They really didn't explain exactly who they thought the master was, or had what I would say a good comprehension of what the master was. At least they didn't explain that stuff to me. And I did try to have those kind of conversations, but you know, they didn't explain, and I was too new to understand it myself. Him calling himself the angel Michael and Melchizedek, the highest of all of the angels, and that he incarnated here. So yeah, that was out there. That was way out there. And I again, I was too young in the information to even really comprehend what that meant at the time. You know.
Well, I'm gonna say that, like, I was like, for as far back as I know with the books, right? I remember talking to my uncle Shahid, and my question to him was, why is the spaceship on the back of the book flat with the light shining on the masjid? And who is Yanin 19?
Come on.
Because in the back of the books, that was like there for a long period of time, you know. And I was like, I didn't understand. And so a lot of the older brothers, even though he wasn't as old as my uncle Aziz, because I had two uncles that were part of the Ansar community. That's how I got introduced to the doctrine. Well, I say three actually, because my uncle Carlos also through Uncle Aziz, but they didn't deal with it. They were dealing with. They knew that we had Islam and it was different. They knew that we had access to higher levels of information. Right. And when they went and spoke to everybody else that wasn't a part of our school, they would run circles around them. They knew that. Right. Now, being younger, because I'm born in '76, so I'm from that stock right there. We was looking at things. I was looking at things a little different. I'm like, yo, what this, you know, this miracle ash, these spaceships, you know what I'm saying, the science of healing, all of the mystical stuff. I'm in. I'm all in. I'm coming from comic books, Marvel superheroes, and all that. Right. And to right into the answer, I'm like, oh yeah, we don't miss a beat. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that is kind of my background of reading comic books when I was 12, 13. Right. And so listening to the master kind of did fit in. He fell right in. It was like, okay, this stuff is actually real that I'm studying, and it did make me feel at home. But I can't. All of the brothers that I know I was around that predated me from the 70s and the 80s, they didn't explain that stuff to me.
Absolutely not.
They didn't deal with it. They didn't explain it. They didn't. I don't think they really comprehended it themselves.
They were self-conscious. I'm gonna tell you this, because we was talking about Baba. Remember when Baba talked about his interaction with the angel Michael or Melchizedek while he was walking home from work in Brooklyn. So the Sunnis at the time were ridiculing Marcus, like, oh, so that he talked about the angel talked to him in filthy ass streets of Brooklyn. See, because the people can't see, they want to believe it happening 1,600 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, but they can't conceive it happening in real time and connecting to it and being a part of that storyline. And Baba's story basically got rid of the gap of space between the scriptures and us by telling us, look, this angel, this Al-Qadir said, I'm going to reveal myself to you. And I felt the tingles coming up and came to my solar plexus, and a light shot out like a projection, and Al-Qadir stood there and was talking to him. So that became real. It tied us, it intermingled and interwoven us into the scriptures and all the old prophecies. It made all of that real when everybody else was taught to worship and study outside of themselves, like it's not something that happened to them, because they were marrying into the scriptures through Abraham, through Moses, through Jesus, through Muhammad. We were connected in real time through Al-Imam Isa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi, and he kept giving his other name, Yanin. The masters that guide my pen, Yanin 19. Who that? That's me. Yo, who that? Shut up, make slide. Who that?
Yeah, all I can say is that he did stress to us at that time, in Islam, the whole goal was to, work to perfect yourself. So he was like, if you guys do the rituals, do all the things I'm saying, you guys can make contact. So he was telling us that as Ansars, that was the whole purpose of our doctrine, was to become Salihin, right? To perfect yourself. And he's he is the guide. He is the one who can show us how to do that, how to raise the 144,000. And so that was the essence of everything there. So what for me, my whole thing, because I wasn't getting satisfactory answers from the different brothers, I just resolved to the books. I said, okay, well, I just have to learn through the books because, you know, individuals weren't explaining it to me.
Well, here's the question, because that's perfect. Did you find the answers in the books?
Yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because people talk, but they don't see it. How does it this? And why is he that? Because you're not reading. Read the books. Baba said, he said, my miracle is my pen. I'm my golden pen. I write. Your job is to read. He's putting everything in the books, but we doing everything but read. You know how many people, brothers and sisters, that are left, and they got the questions that they saying that caused them to left. I'll be like, to leave. I'll be like, so you didn't read such and such? He explained all that in detail in this book, this book, this book, this book. Right. How is that still your question? No, that's not true. No, that's not. Did you read those books? No, I didn't read those books. Then why are you saying that's not true? Because of personality conflicts, and people like, oh, this person did this person think they're this, they won't let me do this, all of that stuff. And now you attribute all that stuff to the master, and the doctrine is incomplete or is false. And this is what they want to kick to the people. Man, the books are it's amazing. I'm like, he put all this stuff in these books, God. It's amazing.
It is went to another dimension if people just really read it, and not reading it with the skepticism, which he already said about. He talked about that years ago. People are skeptic or skipping around trying to find faults in what he's teaching, but it will not activate you. Matter of fact, in tones, frequency, and vibrations. If y'all get a chance to go into that scroll, tones, frequency, vibration. Let me grab it. Give me 1 second, God.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read some of these comments of the brothers. Collective tribal consciousness. He said, Morris science is a school of thought like many others we have walked. The master teacher said we wasted 30 years, I guess, as a people asking questions that we should be beyond by now. I tell people all the time that it's eternal entertainment television. You don't want a student of Dr. Malachi Z. York to join your organization because we will take over. Also, your organization, we will take over your organization because of our unique study habit. Language is the biggest barrier because they had no picture to correspond to gods that they are talking about. Collective tribal consciousness also says, don't forget, after walking through many schools of thought, we were submerged in Egypt. When the raid happened, thus people with such names. However, that was not the final designation. He said, and he has hand pointing into someplace else. Mach 9 says cremation of care ritual. I guess, are you asking about that? Or you?
No, he was talking about without the Behemoth Grove. That's
okay, okay.
That's what they call it. That whole blood, sacrifice.
Yeah, when they sacrifice an 11-year-old, 12-year-old virgin.
Yeah, whatever.
That's the cremation of care ritual. That's crazy. By Raul Bat Moisar, Mahatwi and Ray jumped in. Eternal Entertainment Television also said they are WU-SABAT dropouts. Talk about the conscious community in the conscious. They really want to be Dr. Malachi K. York. It's all jealousy. That's an actual fact. Barbados is in this. Mahatwi and Ray. Collective tribal consciousness also said didn't ask the right question, and he was only bound to teach for 30 years. What you get now is a bonus, and 20 years on your own as creators. Eternal Entertainment Television, they are WU-SABAT dropouts in the conscious community. They just want to be Dr. Malachi Z. York. All jealousy, a sad day. We had our own money before cryptocurrency. That's a fact. On the land, we had our own money. We have the dollars with Atum Ray picture on it. When I say the boy got his own money, I mean the boy got his own money. As a fact, we had the Atum Ray dollars. Yeah. Brother said collective tribal consciousness. He also said I was sitting in the temple when he said we were not after 30 years at that time at the final destination. Then the silence in heavens for a half an hour. It's supposed to be half an hour. There's actually a dude here in the Caribbean calling himself the Yamasi Chief. Mahatwi Mbre is saying. He's calling himself the Yamasi Chief. He said, collective tribal consciousness said, he said, in order to know and experience a thing, you must submerge yourself in it. Thus different. So that's dealing with the morphogenetic field also. One of the reasons, that's one Baba's methodology.
Right.
Is it submerging us in a culture so that we see it, hear it, smell it, feel it, and that it activate those genes in us to come to the surface. You know, the master teacher Yanun was Yanun in the 80s. Mahatwi Mbre says you have to go back and listen to 1,000-Year Rapture and other speeches such as Who and What Are You? Collective tribal consciousness also says in each school of thought you walked it, dressed it, talked it to the fullest degree, nothing spooky. Mahatwi said Yanun was heralded by the comet. What's that? Bennett, right? The comet and appeared in 1970. The comet was named Bennett, aka Ben Noor. I witnessed that comet hovering over Barbados. The Barak was a craft. Great Bill Zamalu. Yes, this is an excellent Bill Zamalu. Mark Hammond and Eternal Entertainment Television. Mahatwi said, I will share something with you all on this live. What you want to share with us on the live in order to validate the reality? Don't come in here and moving the moon like the brother that's out there in Georgia. Don't come in here with all that. I want to share with y'all something to confirm something. It is all that. All right. Somebody said, on the land, I still have those currency papers. Let me get a copy. I'm a second generation Sabaean. That's the brother Mustafa Workman. Let me get a copy of one of them dollars, beloved. I'm gonna send you some herbs. Look, we take Atun Reggae dollars for herbs. Limited time only. Y'all better hurry up. Send them Atun Reggae dollars for herbs. Mahatwi, tell me what you want. What you want to talk about? Hit me with a sneak peek. I'm gonna send you the link. Send me your email. Yeah, God.
Yeah. But in this tones sound DNA molecules vibrational frequency actual fact number 18, page 7, verse 34 to 36 is like 3 verses. I'm gonna read it real quick. I'm just build just real short on it. It says 34. It said you must be in tune with your own bloodline back to the ancient who vibrate as you on the same station, broadcasting to you, for you, while you see hands at the end of Atun Ray, sun rays. That's in ancient Egypt. Everybody know that there's arms that like rays representing hands in Tamaray. Okay, 35. And of course, your own energy waves carry out formation into you as information, that of Pa Natharu, and the universe and nature. These waves impart this Wunuwapu information genetically, psychologically into you. You must become balanced. That's when we start using both of our brains, both sides of our brains. It says here, genetically linked to your own genes, not other races, but with your own resonance frequencies of your own Egyptian African ancestors, linked to the universe and beyond. And then, and only then, will you be able to understand the information you are receiving. So just that right there alone tells you that Baba is linking you with the Nathar. He's linking you with those energies. He's putting us back on the channel. He's putting us back on the right station. But if people, it's like if you don't, it's like you. What's the old saying? You could take a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. It's like if you don't drink the water, if you don't drink it, if you don't read it, how else are you going to know that this one thing that you're missing? You might got all this other stuff down packed, but this one thing you're missing that's not allowing that information to pour into you, or at least the understanding of it, because Bible has already written a huge part of the affirmation in scrolls. That's why we scroll the scroll of eyes. You know what I mean? So these are opening up centers inside of it. They're supposed to open us up, and it affects us what, genetically and psychologically, physiologically, as it states here. So it's like a lot of people don't, and those beings that you're connecting, that's the 99 names.
What book is that? What book is that again?
Oh, this is
Tones, molecule, DNA,
vibrational frequencies.
Yeah, actual facts 18. You know what's interesting? I want to add on to that because that connection that you're talking about is interesting because it's something I've been doing in the classes, reading this particular quote from the 9 ball, the last paragraph of the first book, which is paragraph 37. So if you got booklet 1 of the 9 ball and read the very last paragraph, right? And it's paragraph 37, and I'll read it for you guys. It says, all power begins in the mind, be it political, economic, military, or scientific, because the body is just a framework and tool for the mind. Therefore, the prime power is mind power, from which all other powers develop and mature, including the power of liberation. Then he goes on to say, the last sentence, 9 ether develops 9 reason. 9 reason develops 9 knowledge. And 9 knowledge develops 9 mind power, which is a prerequisite to Ethiopian mental and physical liberation. So the point here is for us to be able to harness 9 ether.
Exactly.
And once we harness 9 ether, that's how we develop our 9 mind reasoning. 9 reasoning. And 9 reasoning is what allows us to have 9 knowledge, where we can now come up with solutions to problems and scenarios, right?
Exactly.
And that's the 9 mind in action. And that's what we haven't been able to do as an organization, and we have to learn how to do this.
But listen what you just said, Petty. Listen what you just said. That gives us the ability to what? Reason, right?
Yeah.
But if everybody doesn't read that, let's just say whether it's from the 9 ball or this, what we just read, it's literally telling you got to link with your ancestors' bloodline, right? So that bloodline is of the Nathar is in our DNA, right? Baba's already said.
That's right.
Okay, if all of us say we are Sabians, right? So that means, okay, it's activating your DNA, and anyone who reads and is literally following the steps to make that link, right? So that means when we start talking, there should never be any back and forth. It should be a unified thought. Why? Because you're in the realm of reasoning now. You've now overridden those other energies, those 6 ether forces of I'm right, you're wrong, and I'm like, you see, all of that starts to leave. The ego starts to die. And once that ego dies, now that divinity comes forward, and that divinity starts, okay, God, I got you on that. Because we all have this, like you said earlier, family, that y'all used to read in circles, right? Y'all used to read back in the days, and then, okay, y'all read the same book together. Then it's like, okay, now what you come up with, family? Okay, now how did you see it? Then you put those thoughts together as one reasonable mind. You're not individual minds at that point, because why? You're sharing information or sharing information about what we've read. But most people, they don't study together. They don't read together. They don't read in groups. And Baba said this in the Isles of Patmos, one of the classes, said, if y'all don't get down and break these books down in groups, if y'all don't get down and have study groups and break these books down, he said, it'll be all for naught.
Well, listen, God, what you saying, look, the reason why we, even though it was some time ago, but it was the actual facts that we were doing that with, right?
Oh,
the reason why we did that is because the actual facts have questions in the back. So there's study guides. So what we were doing was like, you know what, instead of having mock classes, let's have reading groups, right? And what the plan was this, okay, we can now inform the people what book we're going to read. That now brings money to the bookstore,
right?
Everybody has to purchase the book. And it brings the people to the store on a certain day when we have the study group. And then after the study group, what we said was everybody comes back the next week with 3 more people. So it got to the point where it was so many people in the Brooklyn bookstore that we had to go downstairs into the Padar because it was like 50, 60 people for a book reading class. It was that serious. And then we were bro, it got crazy. And we were able to now see where people were missing it at. One of the things, like a lot of people study the Egyptology school, not knowing that they're religious, and they deal with a lot of things as metaphors and analogies and principles. And so when we had to deal with look, no, Panathar are our physical, Damam, blood relatives. And that they found the tomb of, they found the tomb or sarcophagus or Neb-Ankh of, I got to go through all those things for them niggas that think I don't be knowing, of Asar. They have it to confirm that he's real, which now by extermination, by natural come on, help me, y'all. I'm losing my thought. No, because it confirmed, Asar confirms that Arashtat is real. And if Asar is real, then Arashtat or Ashtat is real, then Hadar is real, then Ray is Satak. And that process of elimination was the word I was looking for. Right. Because these niggas left me hanging. So, so we started reading, and that's the type of thing that I actually want to even set up again one of the days. It don't even have to be on this channel. We can have them on your channel too, Patsy, where we literally come as a collective to read through the books and build on the concepts together, and then have them cross-reference and things of that nature.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I think that's an excellent and necessary thing that we should be doing. Yes, and it'll help a lot of people. Absolutely, and you know, we could do it right here online. I think it's great. So if you guys want to do that, we could set it up.
Absolutely. Then before I let you go back in, I want to confirm what you were saying, Kufu. Petty spoke about the ancient Egyptian materialization right. It was saying the same thing in there about vibrating as far as reconnecting, getting on a broadcast channel. It literally said that we once we tap into them higher senses, it says, excuse me, all the glands vibrating. I'm paraphrasing because I'm not trying to give it up directly. Right. All right. All the van vibrating, but I'm giving the things that's parallel. And it says on a certain frequency, it is going to put you on a station where there's information being broadcasted. Exactly. And then we will be able to pick up and receive because of our telepathy, because we our telepathic powers. And with this, Bob is saying that the Etherians will be able to speak to us directly.
Yeah.
And then in the case of these emergencies, they'll be able to guide us step by step where to go, what to do, how to move, which is how he's being guided. He's telling us the message. They're giving it to him. He's giving it to us, and then he's trying to tell us how to get it also. So he ain't the only one responsible.
Exactly.
He's like, here,
how about
I'm get it too.
and how about this? Baba is the Etherian. Remember, he's the soul of the Ta'ites, right?
Sure.
He's the soul of the Ta'ites. So he's the Etherian that we're supposed to hear clearly. It's not supposed to be confusion. It's not supposed to be your word against mine. Once we get that stream of information from the sun, from that source, from El Cook, once that source that's centered around that information that Bob is receiving, once it's disseminated, we all supposed to be on that same frequency as Baba, which is a very clear, has no confusion in it, has no slander in it, has no issues in it, and that's what people probably can't differentiate. Differentiate between
we got
how those energies will start coming at you. Well, first of all, it'll come at you very clear and without confusion and negativity. That matter of fact, it's another scroll that he explains that this is how the Nathar, that's how they're able to move at lightning speed, because there is nothing to hinder them. They're not bound by space, matter, and time. So they're not bound by all the issues, all the little small things that people are still caught up in the physical. They're not bound by that.
That's real.
That's why they are boundless. You know what I mean? They don't have any issues that attaches them to one thing or the other. You know that, but when you see people that get into their feelings, you find out like, wow, this is just emotional energy. You're just talking, you just vibrate on a certain emotion that's connecting you to why you upset. That's why you see a lot of Sabians upset and angry. What you angry for? What y'all upset? Are y'all in a box or 10 by 10 or 8 by 8 suffering and telling people on the outside that love and unity is the key? That's what the master teacher is saying. So
That's
why
what
is
he
everybody
doing.
upset?
That's right. That's right.
Where's all the anger coming from? That's
6 ether forces that's
that's
controlling
the
their heart.
Side of them coming from the inside out. That's what that is.
God, the brother Mahatwi M. Ray, he asked a question. He says, how do we harness 9 ether?
That's through the rituals.
The rituals and chanting.
Yeah, that's through the rituals, right? So it's chanting, it's meditation, it's concentration exercises, it's the one. It starts with positive mind, because that's the other thing. You know, you have to embody the positive mind.
Have to have positive mind.
Yeah, once you start doing the actual rituals, I'm speaking from experience. The information will literally begin to download into you, because you know the problem is the rituals. All the rituals are doing is recalibrating your morphic resonant frequency, because our frequency, our energy, our frequency is off. That's why we're disconnected, and that's what the master's saying. You got to learn how to reconnect, and the rituals are designed to reconnect. Or readjust, I should say, your cells with your spirit energy. That's the key. He explains that in the book Is There Life After Death? Our goal is for the cells to be in harmony with your spirit energy, and that's what opens it up. And the rituals is what does that for you. So as you're developing the rituals, your body will become more in harmony or in tune with your actual spirit energy, and that is what allows you to allow the information to flow into you a lot easier, and it makes comprehending the doctrine that much more simpler as well.
Exactly, and to add on is that once you start doing that, you're going to be able to notice it. Now, here's how you're going to notice it. This is not the all way, because there's different ways to perceive it. When things are around you that you know that you used to deal with, and people that used to get on your nerves, when those things start to become less and less, and you don't feel it, you don't react to it, you don't react to every little thing somebody said to you that you used to not like, those kind of things will become less and less. That's how you know you're shifting. You're shifting from one energy to the next energy. So it's like to a higher energy. So the things that would normally come to, man, I got to get on my diet, man, I got to eat a certain way. Those are the energies. Those are the thoughts speaking to you. I got to get my diet right, man. I can't be following these cats in the streets, man. I got to get away from this stuff. Those thoughts start to come to you, and you'll find yourself being pulled away from all negativity. I don't care if they're family. I don't care if they're people in your house, siblings, people in the street. You will not attract those people. They will become less able to, basically, as they say, push your buttons. As long as you're not allowing those buttons to be pushed, that means you're starting to take control of your body. You're starting to take control of your cells and your actions. Another place you can find that in is the breath. Go to the breath scroll.
That's right.
The teacher talks about that. Right. Yeah, the breath scroll, the new one, he explains how diet, exercise, positive thinking, and plenty of water. I think it's 5, but I might left one out. But positive thinking and a lot of what do you call it? Clean water, spring water.
Yeah, a lot of a large percent of our problem is the fact that the solutions are too easy.
I think that's
it's so simple. WU-SABAT is so simple, and the solutions within the WU-SABAT of attuning ourselves is so simple that we disregard it, and we be like, nah,
it's not
that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing those supplications, those breathing exercises, that meditation. It can't be just that. If you think about your life, though, everything that's made in the Mukasu system is made to distract you from centering yourself, stilling yourself, quieting yourself, in dealing with those rituals. Everything is made to keep you running. So that's one of our problems, that it's easier. Was the Wu-Tang had the song, "Can it be that with it was all so simple, baby?" Yes, it is. And we have to do, we being asked to read so we can have the answers and then put it into practice. And one of the things about those Islamic schools, even though it was under the cloak of Islam, Baba was able to submerge us in all of the Sufi rituals, which were remnants of the Egyptian initiation rituals.
Right.
And he was like, I remember, the old joint. I have like, look, and I ain't even go into the way I want to. All the Essene order joints, rituals and degrees, all of the Sufi orders, all of the Imam, everything AEO, bro. Look, I'm trying to glow in the dark when it's all said and done, okay? And I ain't talking about from no radiation. It's just that real, bro. So we gotta really get in and follow the instruction. It's there, like it's all there. I gotta hold up the brother. I'm glad the brother came back, because I want to ask God, you back from the store? Unmute yourself, God. Marvin.
Yeah,
there you go.
I had to go get some cranberry juice, man. You know how that is.
Nah, you was out there. You was out there at the bar. I know what's going on. When you was explaining about Nuapia earlier, but let me ask you the same thing concerning, because I did a with Mark Lamar Hill. Y'all go check out that video where Mark Lamar Hill was trying to slander the master, and I stepped out there, talk about the Sabaic language in Nuwapic. Can you give us any information similar to like the Nuapia and identifying Nuapia concerning the Sabaic language? Is there any historical references of Sabaic that our people first and foremost, and then secondly the naysayers, can find confirmation of the Sabaic language and or culture? There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Yeah, there's tons of evidence and documentation, and I mean, where do we start? Let's start with the vocabulary, right? Let's start with the vocabulary. Let's take something that's commonly known in Arabic, because I believe the good newscaster Mark Lamont Hill, I believe he stated that that all it is bootleg Arabic.
He said bootleg Arabic, hodgepodge, Nubian, Arabic, Hebrew.
He said the master didn't even speak Arabic.
He said the master didn't speak Arabic, bro.
And differing perspectives and critiques are good. Those things are good. So I appreciate the brother's critique and his difference of perspective. But coming from the world of academia, we should know that you just can't make empty statements unless you're counting on an ignorant audience. Right? So if you're counting on an ignorant audience, you can't make empty statements without any proof or further explanation, right? I mean, to me, that's an insult to his audience that was listening that night, that he didn't provide any proof that the language of the Sabaeans is bootleg Arabic. But that's up to the audience to decide.
Well, he didn't care, because he was going to turncoat and switch it up once he was challenged.
Yeah, and without making this about him per se, this is about the overarching misconception. It's not necessarily about any one particular person saying any one particular thing about Sabaeans as an organization, as a culture. So let's keep that in mind as well, because if he's saying it, then there's others who feel the same way. And so we're going to address all of those people with the same sentiment. You understand? So to answer your question, there's something called a dictionary, right? There's something called a ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. There's something called a Sabaic dictionary, whether you believe it or not. That was actually produced by Harvard in 1987 by Joanne Bella, and it was again produced. It was then again produced by AFL Beeston, right? I forget what university was responsible for that printing, However, within those dictionaries, you find the vocabulary structure of the modern Sabaean. Let's take, for instance, the word habub, which means love, affection,
Habub,
which
yeah.
is yeah, which is always attributed to the word Habib in Arabic,
Habib. That's right.
right? Right, but when you look in the Sabaic dictionary, you see it there as love, affection, habub. Centuries before Arabia was even a language,
Hold up. So
right?
so let's start this. So the Sabaean dictionary, even the translators of the Sabaic dictionary from Harvard in 1987, is recognized and accepted by these this academic scholars that the Sabaic language is older than Arabic by centuries. Is what you're saying?
This particular dictionary is not saying that. However,
Okay.
scholar FBA McDonald, Michael McDonald, he has written countless of articles and journals that highlights how Sabaic predates Arabic and was one of the co-parents of Arabic. And you
Yeah.
can find that in his books and publications. He's a professor as well, and one of the leading scholars in Sabaic, historical Sabaic, right? So I would suggest reading his work as well. Now, if you read the Aramaic, Nabatean Aramaic Nablex dictionary by W.J. Jobling, within that dictionary, they admit that Sabaic is older than Arabic, and that Arabic borrowed a lot from Sabaic.
Mm.
So you know, for the record, what's today's date?
It's,
uh,
September
September 4th,
September 4th.
2020.
Prior
2021.
2020,
2021, God.
Oh, 2020. Yeah, that's right.
prior to this date, has our critics or anyone ever brought up a Sabaic dictionary prior to this date?
No, I never even heard of it.
Not the critics. Now,
I never even heard it. I will say this. The one thing I think it is clear, people do know. I had this discussion with Dr. Reggie. They're clear that Sabaic goes back to the 8th century BC. The 8th century, like 800 BC is the scholars are clear on that, and obviously that way predates.
Let's address that. Let's address that.
hold up. Before you do it,
Address that.
on in this day and in the Wapian calendar from a daily word of Maku, the master says, open your heart. Try to open your heart before you open your mouth. So we're saying that this is coming from a place of love. Let's go.
All right. So, in terms of the written language, the actual alphabet, Sabaic, what they call musnad, the stone carvings, they date between 800 and 1800 BCE, right? Based on what has been found to this date. That's written record.
Yeah.
But languages are spoken before they are written. Okay? And if we are to review the scholarship of Yosef ben Yakanan, Martin Bernal, Black Athena, Volume 1, Ivan van Sertima, what we will come to discover or re-uncover is that the first African language is coming from the Great Rift Valley of Uganda and Ethiopia, right? Old Saba. And from that same region, the Proto-Sabaeans migrated into Yemen from that same region, right? From that same region, African people migrated into the Nile Valley, right? Speaking a similar language. That's why you can find the word Habub in ancient Egyptian, right? You can find the word Anuki in ancient Sabaic as well as ancient Egyptian. You can find the word Kawun or Kun for existence in ancient Egyptian and in Sabaic. You can find the word Ana for eye in ancient hieroglyphic Egyptian, right? You can find the word Atum and ancient Sabaic for it to be complete, to bring together. So it's countless of parallels between the spoken Sabaic and the spoken ancient Egyptian. It's because those are cousins. Those are populations that came from the same central area in Uganda and Ethiopia. So yes, on one hand, yes, the records of Sabaic only go back to 800 BCE to 1800 BCE, but the spoken language is very similar and has an older origin, an older time period than the written record. And this is common linguistical understanding. I'm not telling you anything that you can't research or prove. In fact,
Yeah.
the first African language goes back, according to the general consensus in linguistics, the first African language goes back to 54,000 BCE. Martin Bernal, Volume 1, Black Athena, 1988. Right? So the claim as the Sabaeans, as modern Sabaeans, the claim is that our language comes out of Africa as the first language 54,000 years ago, which is the same date.
That's the same thing that the master said. That the sister started talking.
Absolutely. And so as we know, the Brca region in the female's brain is more developed than the male's brain. So
Yeah.
that would be the a supporting facts to state that women did start speaking before men.
Damn.
So our vocabulary in a large sense comes from ancient Sabaic. And whatever we had to borrow from Arabic, French borrows from English, English borrows from French today, English borrows from Latin, but guess what? We still call it English, right? Modern Hebrew borrowed from Arabic, modern Hebrew borrowed from German, but guess what? We still call it Hebrew because there's another aspect of language classification, and that's phonology. So even though English borrows from French, it still has an English phonology. Even though Hebrew might borrow from Arabic, it still has an Hebrew phonology. So modern Sabaic may borrow from Arabic, it may borrow from Amharic, it may borrow from Hebrew. We have that autonomous right to do so. But we are not doing anything that no other sovereign people have not done already.
And can I add just one quick thing in that? And because it's that's a really good build. In addition, what we're teaching in regards to being Sabaean is something that Dr. Ben did teach. He did say and teach that Makeba, aka Sheba, aka he connected her with what the master was saying, which was Hatshepsut,
That's right.
who did come to the Americas.
That's right.
And she was known as a part of the Sabaean people. That is a fact. And so that's connecting the Saba people with Kemet, us being Sabaeans, with being the same people of Kemet, and the fact that we migrated to the Americas. We were traveling to the Americas. He said, Dr. Ben said it was documented, and he showed where the documentation has, because he said the Vatican had this information. He said the Vatican has the information. They had maps that was showing and how we went from North America to South America, and that Hatshepsut, and then we're traveling over here. And so, and that was connected to the whole story behind Makeba, Sheba. That whole thing is all connected, something that the master teacher had put out there. And so I think, that's something that people, they don't talk about that with Dr. Ben. I mean, they talk about him, they don't bring those points up.
Those points, that's right.
Something that we actually have put out there for the general public. Not to mention this, Hatshepsut, they found a temple that she was excavating.
That's right.
In
Grand Canyon.
This was a place they would excavate to get artifacts or resources in near Israel, right? Where it was saying that Egyptian, it was showing this was a place in Israel where they had Egyptian writings and Hebraic writings, and said that was coming out of the old kingdom, this language. They is documented, and they have temples there with Egyptian stuff, and it was actually it was during the Hatshepsut rule as well, and they have temples there that show the Egyptian language along with the Hebraic language, and they were saying that the origin of the Hebraic language was connected to the Egyptian language and all, and so we all know that's connected to SABAEAN language, which is, there's really no such thing as Hebrew, because that's just terminology to being crossover. So I'm saying those language families are all connected, and so I think that is something else. That's research also that was put out there that people are not talking about or aware of. That is crucial to what we're trying to explain about our culture and history.
And the master.
One last thing, the ruins, ruins, R-U-N-E. If I'm pronouncing it wrong. If you check ancient ruin writing in the here in the Americas and in Europe, is using SABAEAN alphabets.
Yes.
In the Americas and in Europe, it uses the SABAEAN alphabets. If you research the ancient, they call them the ruined stones, and they're using SABAEAN alphabets.
They use the SABAEAN alphabets for ancient civilizations, and for if they want to talk about alien extraterrestrial civilizations, they use SABAEAN for the writing. This is why they use the SABAEAN in the Black Panther. And for video games, they use the SABAEAN for ancient, mystical, civilizations. They use the SABAEAN, and that's why they're so intimidated by us reviving and utilizing it in real time, because they've already started to use it in order to tie their storylines back to something real. Right. So, but I wanted to add on with the Hatshepsut situation, because Baba has said that they found the Egyptian city in the Grand Canyon. Right. And they found the Egyptian city that they traced back to Hatshepsut, confirming that she was traveling back and forth from Kemet back to here, from Egypt back to America. So, yeah, God, you just started something, Mari. So, that the language is. And that's the most important. Like I used to say, the language is the revolution. Because the science, it's in the science, but the language gets you into the tones. And Baba told us to go look at that new Arrival movie. Right. And if you go look at the Arrival movie.
Oh, you're talking about Arrival.
Arrival, yes. Gotcha. And when you look at Arrival, the language, because the aliens was given a tool. They thought it was a weapon. And everybody the world was at a standstill, and the linguist was sitting there. She was learning their language, and that's why Baba named that language book that we have, The Language of Time, because when you go to the Arrival movie, their language gave her the ability to shift back and forth through past, present, and future.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and Baba's giving us the jewel. He's like, if y'all speak the language, then y'all be able to commune with the partner thought, and y'all be able to move in their timelines. Exactly. The language of time. So damn, that's some explosions happening.
yeah. And to add on to that real quick, if you like you said about the 54,000 years, if you go back, obviously that's when the time period the Master Teacher said the feminine came out of the waters and was speaking first. Now it's interesting because when you take the vowels out of the language, it's all consonants, which if you try to speak, it's very difficult. That's why we got to go. It's gradually. It was said that it's going to gradually be no vowels in the language, because technically the language didn't have vowels. So when you take out those vowels, the language is gonna sound like clicks. And that's something that Master said as well. That's how we connect with the Sangs people, because they speak in clicks and they was communicating with the dolphin. So when you start going into where the language is going, that's why Bob said the language is constantly changing. A lot of people always get upset about why the language is changing, why it's always changing. He said nothing that's living is not, if it's not moving, it's not alive. He said our language, the language is alive. It's literally growing. And he says that, and when you always got somebody who think they know it all, then when Bob would say, no, that's not what it means. This is what it means. Here's what it really sounds like. He's getting us back into the proper tones, and that's what people don't understand. You hear this argument too. I'm pretty sure y'all heard the pseudos talk about this, that when you look at SABAEAN, when you see how it's written, the lines, a lot of people try to associate it with Sanskrit. Let me explain this real quick. There's a word there's a language in India called Tema. That Tema language, you can find that same language that they speak in Cameroon, West Africa. There's a documentary on it. I'm gonna get it to y'all. The same words in that ancient Cameroonian language was in India, because it was very similar. It was because Tema is an ancient language of ancient India. I think it predates I think it either predates Sanskrit or it's a product of Sanskrit. What people don't understand is that the language still originated out of Tamaray, and that's what people don't understand. How when we started to migrate into these different regions. Okay, perfect example. What's the name of that? The Jarawa tribe. Y'all know about the Jarawa tribe in India?
Yeah.
Blackest people, darkest beings on the planet, 9 ether hair. Those beings right there, right? So, and right now they're having issues in India because of that reason, because they were the original inhabitants of that land. Because most of the Indians, they migrated in from further from like Russia and a lot of Asiatic and European countries, and started mixing in. So because they come from a different stock. When you start breaking down, when Bob was explaining how we have different, and I think that's in not natural ether energies, but the one that talks about the ethers, how the Asians was less mixed, and we were the most mixed. Because when you go back, we obviously are older than the Asians. We're the first world people. So does our presence, just like you said a minute ago, the construct, the base of a lot of the languages are SABAEAN. So people would think, oh, y'all got this from Indians. Y'all got this from you fool. We predate the so-called Indians or the Javadus or the Dravidians. We predate them. That's what they don't understand. The origin of humanity. That's why the master teacher explained how the same people have all of those genetic markers. They have they have the dimple cheek, the dimple chin. They have the slanted eyes. They have the 9 ether hair, and they have the high cheekbones. So that represent all of the haplogroups of all humanity on the planet. That's how they know that our genetics was used to making these other species or other races of people. And they mixed them, extraterrestrials obviously mixed them, created other hybrid races. They are hybrid. We are the actual original beings that grew from the waters. And that's it's just real deep how people try to make that seem like, oh, that sounds like India. Y'all, the way it's written, y'all got the line under it, looks like the Sanskrit. No, they got it from us.
I don't understand. These same people would claim that we the origin of all things, and then always talk about we stole from everybody.
Thank you.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, and they say it in the same breath.
Let me put this out. A lot of people are not aware of the different another tribe that comes out in Nigeria who call themselves the Nupu or Nupe tribe.
Wow.
You can look it up. They have a bloodline, and they say their bloodline, they're in Nigeria, and they say their bloodline go back to let's see. Hold on. Their bloodline, because there's a region in in Nigeria called Nupu.
A region in Nigeria?
Yeah, you can look it up. It's on the map.
Wow.
They go back to the Egyptian dynasty, 1700 BC. They trace their bloodline, and so they have descendancies of father, son, all the way back.
Wow.
That's fire. That's
So they built the timeline that goes in, because a lot of them were kidnapped and brought to America. So they was enslaved here, and when the slavery was abolished, a lot of them left here and went back to Nigeria.
Wow.
So a lot of us are connected to that bloodline, but
Yeah.
they trace their descendancy all the way back to Kemet. And they have birth records of father, son, because one of the rulers today in 2014, his name is Isu Yusuf Nuhu. That's his name, Isu Yusuf Nuhu.
Right. Absolutely. So that's
official, bro. Yeah. Listen, because those are like safe spots for us, because there's a lot of townships and countries around, like in Nigeria, a lot of cities and spots where they're Islamic, or they're caught up in the Yoruba, or the things like that. Like, so we need to find, even in the continent, places that are conducive to WU-SABAT, you know what I'm saying, to the Nupu science, that's going to be receptive to it and not resistant and representing the Arab deity, the Arab psychology, the European psychology, you know. So it's very important, you know. So wow, I never heard about that. Amari, what's up, God? Can you hear with us?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Man, look, man, you done set it off, talking all that fly stuff. You done took it back, God. Like we on it.
Yeah, and of course the temple out of Ethiopia of Yeha, it shows the script being written, and they dated back, as you guys mentioned earlier, 700 BC. You know, so that temple is there, and that language also was in parts of Eastern Sudan. So it's there. All of that was one region. All of that was one, a landmass of culture at that time. So the evidence that does the language exist, is it an ancient language? That is without a doubt that the language is ancient and it exists, is being resurrected and designed by the master teacher, so we can be stimulated by those ancient tones that he's given us. And a lot of people don't understand how important it is, how those tones will affect how you perceive and understand and comprehend the doctrine, which we just stated right here in tones, frequency, and vibration. Those frequencies and vibrations are very important, because that will start to unify the mind. All our minds will start to unify, and it becomes like one thought. It's not individual thoughts. It becomes one massive thought, because we share the same soul. So when master teacher is trying to bring those minds together, like Petty was reading about in the 9-ball, that's where the unification starts. It starts in the mind. That's where the power starts.
That's right.
It starts in the mind. Then it will trickle down to us individually. We'll start to see different things in our life and how we control and find. You start to see you'll have more control. And that's what people, I don't see it. Well, you got, first of all, you're not focused.
Got blockages.
Scatterbox.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
blockages
saying?
going on. That's right.
Yeah, your mind is scatterbox. You're watching 1,000 videos on Doomsday. You're watching 1,000 people slandering the online. You're watching garbage on Facebook. Those are tones you're entering into your body. Stuff you watch on TV, all the stuff you're watching in the movie theater. No, that's you're not going to get the effect. You got to break off from all of that. That's why all last year, nobody could say, "Oh man, I couldn't chant. I couldn't get into my spiritual essence." You was at home. Nobody could leave the house. So what you talking about? You can't chant. You can't do this. You can't do that. That whole last year was, nobody can say, "Oh man, I was too busy." Nobody can say that. I was too busy. I couldn't do that. I couldn't read. I couldn't chant. I couldn't learn the language. That's that time period that the Nathar gave us. Okay, y'all got something is coming. So there's more coming. Y'all got to get yourself together, because if
Get your
not,
thing in line. That's right.
y'all gonna start falling off, because y'all gonna forget all the principles that Baba Yanana has taught y'all, and y'all got to be recalibrated. You got to recalibrate yourself into thinking a certain way, and stop allowing all of these people to feed off of your spirit, off of your energy. About, hey, check this out, man. I say, yo, God, like, I'm good. I don't need to see that. Hey, that's what they saying. Okay, great. You got to go within. Once you go within and start doing those chants, focusing. I'm talking about with focusing. Listen, the bad master teacher got a part to that called concentration. What do people think that scroll is for? It's teaching you how to concentrate. And because our brain is scatterboxes all over the place, you're not going to concentrate. You're not going to be able to affect your own personal life with finances, with health, with your mental, unless you concentrate. You know, if you don't concentrate from the inside out and the outside in, you're not going to get the effects.
That's right.
So concentration is the key to how we're going to be able to move matter. That's the only way we can. And then once we unify all these minds, then we'll be able to move matter. We'll be able to do things like in natural ether energies explain, like it become like magic. It would appear. I'm talking about appear now. And for those who might listen, is like, no, it will appear like magic, because you'll be able to manifest things in your life. You better manifest things in your own space and in other people's spaces.
Yeah, coming together. You come together and do it as a collective, because you mastered it as individuals already.
Exactly.
Come together as a unified mind, a unified body with a unified vision, and then the manifestation becomes more and as an automatic and conscious decision to do it.
Exactly. If I could make this one quick point about masonry, right? Then you just like what was in the dark will come to light. Now you'll be able to manifest what was hidden, and you'll bring it into Atum Reye. You'll be able to bring it to where you can see it. Because it's one thing if it's hidden inside of you, nobody can see it. You don't know you have this knowledge. But once you bring it out, people will be able to see it as Atum Reye. You'll be able, and then once you reach your peak, that means you're out of control. You're like, you're on another dimension. If you get to Atun, then it's like, okay, this brother's operating on Atum energy, because you can see and how that energy is helping. That's Baba. That's the master teacher. He's at that peak, that apex rather. And that's able to influence all of our lives now. So it's not just himself now. It's him now influencing all of our lives to think like, to bring us from Amun to Atun, which is the underneath, buried, then bring you back to life as Atum. That's how we're being brought back to life by way of Atum, and all the way obviously back up to the apex, which is Nun, which here it is again, which happens to be the word where the word what they call Nun on a clock. That noon, it happened to be coming from the word noose, like Petty mentioned earlier. People go look it up. That noon word comes from the word noose, which is the mind. It represents the mind and energy. So it's like Baba's already brought what was in the dark, what was hidden from us, because we were blinded by the light of confusion, the white light of ignorance. Now we're being brought back into the true light. It's no coincidence he made all the scrolls and all the text back then with true light tapes, right?
That's right. That's a fact.
Well, let me add this. There's another tribe on a continent that call themselves Noon, Seri Noon. They out of Cameroon, and they also trace themselves back to ancient Kemet, and they're big on genetics. They're not into mixing in with no other tribe. They live in Cameroon, and in Cameroon where they live, they actually built artifacts there. There's like thousands of artifacts and structures that they set up in Cameroon, and they call themselves Seri Noon.
See?
Wow, Seri Noon.
And if you just look at the phonetics of Seri, if you were the words Seri, it's almost like to see. Seri, like seer.
Saye, see. Now that's heavy. I wanted to add on to the idea when we was talking about the Sabaic, and one of the comments or arguments that I used when conversing with the brother about the origin of Sabaic, I had to remind our people, when you look at the Sabaic book, The Language of Time, and you look at the book before it that Baba wrote, in the earlier book, we were using the same script that Sabaic that could be confirmed on the scripts, on in the clay writings, in the dictionaries, all throughout Yemen, all throughout ancient Ethiopia, but we were calling it Nuwapic. So the title, or what we identified the language as, changed from Nuwapic to Sabaic, but the script didn't change. We was already using the script. See what I'm saying? And Baba had us using the script, knowing what it was going back to. You understand? And we were just we just walking with it, Nuwapic, and then he shifted over to Sabaic, and people were crying and yelling, "Well, why you want to change the Sabaic?" It's like, yo, relax. The Sabaic just tied us right back in with no effort. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We were already reading and writing the language.
Exactly. And notice how that really came about when these cats was trying to talk about, oh, the Nuwapic didn't come from Baba. Okay, Baba said, you know what? Y'all can have it. We Sabians.
But see, that was just the title. And we're going to go into that because right now, matter of fact, a student, one of the last bills I want to go into is, and this is Petty got 100,000 different videos on it. Sciences inside the nature of nature, the Bible interpretation, explanation, 9 ball, the sciences in that they claimed came from Afro Uno or whatever the case may be, whoever the brother was. Let's say claim from Bobby Eugene, Johnny Eugene. Let's say that. So, what is your student E King? What is your, as far as your researching, because you part of the research team, you trying to get all this other stuff, and then everybody else we add on after the God go in about the nature of nature and the origin of the sciences that the Master Yanun has been teaching us. You know, we know that he's been teaching. Oh, well, I know as far as my studies, he's been teaching since 1963. Started then 67 after he, was snatched up and snagged, and then so forth and so on before going to the Ansar Pure Sufi. That doctrine, outside of that, the nature of nature, outside of the teachings, can we historically find that doctrine? Do we have evidence of that outside of the master?
What's today's date?
Oh snap! It's one of those. One of those.
Can I please get today's date, please?
Well, today is September 4th. It's 10:54, and it's Saturday.
Right, this is a 45 day. This is a 45-day call. Okay. From this day, 45 days from now, I'm giving anyone an opportunity that knows where the term nature of nature is found and explain as an actual science outside of Johnny Eugene Brown. I'm giving you 45 days to bring that information to the people. 45 days. Okay? After those 45 days, you're going to have to admit that man, as you would say, plagiarized that concept because he never gave a reference for it. You understand what I'm saying?
For those people that claim that he wrote it.
For those people who claim that he wrote it.
Because I know Petty is like, he ain't write none of that. Right? Because I seen a joint, and I originally was making an argument similar, but because when he's reading, he's saying that he's not him. He's saying he's not who they claim that he is.
Okay. All right. I understand. I understand there's different nuances.
Yes.
To this discussion.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But when you're talking about the term nature of nature and how it's used and how it's used as an actual science,
Yes.
that term goes back thousands of years ago.
Nature of nature goes back thousands of years.
Yeah, thousands of years ago. Make note of all of this. This has never been said before. Up until this day, our critics have always said, hey, Johnny Eugene Brown came up with it. He's the author of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have never given you a reference for that science outside of him going back thousands of years ago. You have 45 days to bring that to the people. And I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that. And after those 45 days,
hold up.
After those 45 days,
what's the thing?
It's a rap like Syringe.
Hold up.
It's a rap like Reynolds.
You said 45?
45, 4, 5.
You ain't say 4 or 5 days?
No, I said 45 days. That's a month and 15 days, bro.
Oh, man.
They got a month and 15 days to come forth with that historical reference.
You know they ain't coming forth with no historical reference. They've been talking for the last 5 years.
And guess what? When they don't, I'm going to present the historical reference for the people.
Historical reference for the nature of nature.
Historical reference for the nature of nature for all to see.
All right, 45 days. Y'all heard it here first. This is exclusive. It's exclusive. The God said 45 days. All the naysayers, you get an opportunity to show forth and prove the reference from the brother Johnny Eugene, aka Brother Pork Chops, and showing the science of nature, where it came from, because it was never a reference. Because I'm gonna tell you, because according to him, he got it from Afro Uno.
Exactly.
You know, they say he was Afro Uno, but according to him, he wasn't. He was what? Nupu,
yeah, he was Nupu, right?
Yeah, that's right. Ripu,
Nupu.
That's right. Ripu Nupu. According to him, he's Ripu Nupu, and he was a messenger that was a witness of Afro Uno,
a representative
of Afro Uno. According to him,
Chef's from Sudan.
45 days, bro.
45 days. That looked like a 9 to me.
Oh yeah, you best believe.
Yeah. Okay. So until then, do you have because a lot of people, let me tell you, Petty, a lot of people, when I was referring them to the nupu.org, they thought about the Know Nothing Noonie bozos. And I was like, why are you saying that? Like, I'm like, but we have Baba's talking about the Nupu science in plenty of the books. What are you talking about? That's our stuff. He even tell you in plenty of the books that he's Amanubi the Akbata. He tells you that was him, that he taught since the 60s. So what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people was like, nah, I never been to that. I seen it. It was like, why that brother sending me something from let me find out the brother Farrell fell off and he messing with the Noonie Know Nothing. I was like, bro, y'all dudes is out of tune. Y'all bugging right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mama, with the remote. Yeah, so talk to the people about the Nupu science and what's happening and the origins of our sciences and how the WU-SABAT is basically the repopulation of the Nupu science.
Let me just say this. Anyone who studies the Bible interpretations and explanations and the 9-ball can clearly see that the nature information is the continuation of that series of information. So that's one point. The next point is anyone who studies the nature information can clearly see that the master is updating it in the actual facts when he put out Natu ether energy. In fact, Natu ether energy is a terminology that's actually used in the nature books. And so the actual facts that the master is explaining it for. So for instance, when you read the proof, actual facts, the proof, the master teacher makes it clear that our science is Nupu. And that's in the actual facts, the proof.
and that's in the 9-ball. And he makes reference to that same science that will be disclosed in the future. So
Right.
the nature 9-ball misinterpreted Nation 9-ball, and by misinterpreted explanation, you'll see that information, that body of information, Baba is referencing there'll be future breakdowns, there'll be future
true.
of that science in the future.
That's true. So what's that new age? What's the new age title? Because remember he said once we qualify, we will be given a new title, the new name of the spiritual science. What is that today?
Big.
It's Nupu.
Exactly.
That's in the Master Secrets Master Secrets number 12. He says the new cycle name is Nupu. You know, that's like on page 10 or something. The Master Secrets, Master Secrets number 12. He explains that in there.
If they don't read these actual facts, they don't read these Master Secrets, they don't read these Patoraks, people are going to be still stuck, because they should have been shifted and be able to see that word Nupu is in there. Baba even mentioned that it's on the walls in Kemet. And he showed the hieroglyphics of this word in Kemet. In hieroglyphics, he actually showed it. You know, so a lot of people still dragging on, and like Baba said before, people are gonna have to catch up, you know, because he's explaining it. It's right there for everybody to see. Like the 9 pygmy gods and goddesses. You see, if you go back into the nature net, you see these different beings. He actually give a description of what they look like up in there, but he hadn't disclosed or hadn't updated what these 9 characters. You got 9 characteristics, and you got these 9 pygmy gods and goddesses that he's saying that we are descendants from. So we already know that we are from aquatic beings from the sea. Nobody was talking that doctrine. Nobody was talking about we was from the sea. We were beings that came out of the water. Nobody, even Baba was explaining it back in the Islamic days, talking about the Arabs were trying to evade the plague that Hammond, men in black, came out of in the Quran, where it says that man was made out of black mud. So it's like explaining how we came from water. We came out of the waters back. Then he was explaining how we came from water. And now he's explaining those, you know, the different variations of our genes and our genetics being able to shapeshift. You know, depending on we're able to float with our body. We start to float. We're able to float. We're able to, you know, when we had gills. He's explaining the whole deal. He's the only person that explained how we had gills. We lived underwater. You know, nobody was talking that. Nobody was talking that information. So he's further explaining how he was able to live in these different environments. You know, and so it's all there. You know what I mean? It's just people got to read, and they got to study.
If it's not, and the question is, if it's not the master's information, how can he update it? So that's one. Two, the other thing is that the elder brother that Prince York interviewed.
Oh, Chef Otis. Yeah.
He made it clear. The elder brother said that Johnny Brown was a student of the master. He personally knew him. So, you know, and according to Johnny Brown or Anubi Ripu, he says he's a student of Afro Uno.
That's a fact. He said that.
And then he says Afro Uno, all that means is the firstborn of the dead. The master teacher has been saying that for eons. He's the first resurrected of the mentally dead with right knowledge.
Exactly.
So how can it not be the same individual? It just doesn't make any sense that people can't put that together. You know, no one can explain it. No one can break that information down. How can anyone come up with the book Natural Ether Energy and break all that stuff down that the master put out? Because I know I can't write that. I don't know anyone who can reproduce that information.
Nope. Energy, emotional energy. I mean, we can go on. Like nobody's talking. the morphic resonance. Nobody's talking on that level.
Yeah, no, right. They never brought that up. He's now explaining how it goes from a 3 ether cycle to a 4 ether cycle to a 5 ether cycle, because it talks about that in the nature, but it doesn't explain how it does it through the changing of the morphic resonant frequency. The master is the one who brought that out.
All the way up to 9.
God, the master is
Nutational rates. Dealing with the nutational rate of the atom. See, he's explaining that how the nutational rate will determine the vibration. It will determine what a thing would look like in that universe. The nutational rate.
Exactly. I mean, it's just point after point. The master teacher is the one who's explained. He explained all. There's nothing in the nature that the master teacher hasn't explained. It's all in our doctrine.
Yeah, and the naysayers actually have to read the doctrine to explain it, and in the midst of their naysaying and slandering. Oh, he stole this, he stole it. What he said? Oh, let me break that. Let me copy that. Break that down. And then they put it in their revised version of Johnny Eugene's manuscript. You know, again, I love the fact that, I mean, I was one of the oldest arguments that I personally, with the brother that run them dudes, when he was in Bushwick, came through, and I said, bro, but on audio, he said that he's not him.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying the man said that he's not him. How you hear after he passed, remixing the whole story,
Right.
and sharing the audio like as if we not listening to it.
Right. Not to mention, he says Afro Uno is from the Sudan.
He said that, and his brother's obviously from Georgia.
Right.
Okay? I see how they remix that too.
Yeah.
Like he's Sudanese-ish, you know.
Yeah, they said his ancestors are from the Sudan.
Just freestyling, and then put their names in the books as the writers and compilers, and then shortcut his family up, then give him none of the proceeds. None of the bread. You know, it's terrible what they did.
Nobody ever showed the importance of genetics in the master teacher with genetic kit. Like he explaining how these spirit beings that's talked about in the nature, where spirit beings come from, and then how they affect you, you know, inside out, aka the spell, then how they start to influence your genes. That's all genetic kits. How they to get into our genetics, either physically or spiritually. You know, that's why if everybody can remember, Master said that anger that people get, it only takes how many minutes for a spirit being or walk in to come in. You know what I mean?
That's
so it's
right,
like
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 seconds to 3 minutes.
Seconds. Yeah, you know. So people don't understand the science, and that goes back to the science of genetics, and that's to go back to the science of how these spirit beings vibrate at a certain density, and then people say, "Oh man, I want to eat this today," and you think it's you. You think it's you that want to eat that, but it's not you. It's an influence of your genes because our genes have been compromised.
Correct.
That's right.
Supposed to do. You read the Secrets of the Makuzet. He explains how our genes dealing with the elements, they'll start to be what do you call it, shielded, and with dealing with the 24 chromium metal that's supposed to be non-corrosive, and if at the ends of your telomeres start to become unraveling, it's all because of those sounds and frequencies that we take in. It starts to unravel your telomeres, and that's how aging starts. So to reverse that process, we got to get back in our tones. We got to get back in our right foods. That's why you say eat gourds. Eat certain foods that are from where we're from. He explained all the different type of foods to eat. Squash is a gourd. You know, pumpkin is a gourd. You know, you got different zucchini is a gourd. You get into the type of foods that are from where
basically get a genetic diet based on where your genes are from.
Based on where your genes are from and what we ate and what they ate back there.
You know, the first person I heard say that was Dr. Sabi.
Of course.
Dr. Sabi said we need to eat from where our genes come from. And that's going to strengthen our energy level, our mental level, our spiritual level. He was the first. It was crazy is because he's constantly talking about not eating or just eating alkaline, you know, or energy for energy being. What are you investing? What are you eating for? Are you eating for the physical body or the etheric energy body?
Literally.
And that's what it comes
All
down
he's
to.
that you got to feed the etheric body. That's all he's saying.
Feed the etheric body.
That's
Because this is just a vehicle here housing the etheric body.
Correct.
Body able to. Master teacher said in the old scroll, y'all heard this as well. The reason why the human body gets sick is because it becomes in tune with the spiritual plane, and that's the etheric body.
That's
and
right.
If we are out of tune, we will get physically sick, literally.
Correct.
I wanted to make this synopsis, and this has nothing to do with what's going on with the corona, but I just want to make this little analogy real quick. If anybody just come across it, if the master teacher explained how natural ether energies, right? In that scroll, he explains about the black dots, right? It's the smallest form of matter that's still considered the smallest form of matter and still be classified or categorized as matter. So if nothing in existence smaller than this energy source, right? So now, if we know that and we are pulling in these, like the brother asked the question, well, how do you pull in these ethers? Through the chanting, prayers, and rituals, like Petty mentioned, and that we talked about, right? So now, if you're eating right, if you're doing the exercise, my teacher said, exercise like your life depends on it. He said, exercise, your life depends on it, and it does. That most people don't get it. You don't have to be a gym junkie either. All you got to do is do basic walking. That's all we did on the land is walk. That's all he did in the morning, just walking. He walked through Brooklyn. He walked through all these different boroughs back in the days, just walking. People think you got to be lifting weights and jumping up and down like a gym junkie. You don't have to do that. You could, if you want to, that's fine. But just simple cardio, that getting the heart pumped up, getting the blood circulating properly, and what this and how this starts to affect the body and the cells in the body. Okay, so if we pulling in these energies, right? What do people think will happen when you start pulling in those energies? You start pulling those ether energies. It will heal your cells. It will protect your cells. It's activating cellular what do you call it? It was preventing cells from duplicating, as they say, when cancer cells start to become radical. That's the word.
Radical, that's right. That's
radical cells. It will prevent those cells from becoming
radical cellular mitosis. Yeah,
exactly. And it will start to stabilize the cell. It will start to stabilize. Now, what does that mean? It's going to start stabilizing, and it won't be starting those telomeres, meaning those telomeres won't be starting to unravel. They'll be tightening
up. That's
longer.
Right.
They will start to become longer and gradually. So now they say, okay, one of the smallest viruses is what, like in the nanometers, right? So it's like 10 to 90. You're still dealing with real microscopic small, right? So it's like those natural ether energies are smaller than that. So if the natural ether energies are smaller than any viruses known to man, because they can see virus under a microscope, right, and play around with it, right? So now if those energies, natural ether energies, are smaller than viruses, and if you are pulling it into your body, how easy or how receptive will you be to viruses? You won't be receptive to them, because you're vibrating at another density. That's what's happening when we do it properly. You'll be vibrating at another density, back the way we once were. That's why we just read that a minute ago. Our ancestors vibrate on that frequency. So it's in our genes to vibrate how the Nathar was vibrating, and that's why the A major tone is what we should be vibrating on, in order for these spirit beings not to attack you, these spirit beings to not come into your mind, influencing you. Master teacher said in the update, he said they'll get bored. He said those spirit beings will get bored because they can't tap into you. They will literally find another host.
An easier host. That's right.
They'll find an easier host. He said because they get tired. If they know they can't penetrate you, they can't get to you, they start seeking elsewhere. And they start to find somebody. Could be your mate, could be somebody that's right there, and start to irritate you. Like, that's not you. What's going on with you? Why are you acting? Why you bugging out? And you'll start. Then you have to, obviously go through the process of trying to show them. Listen, that's how these beings work. That's why the Master Teacher was saying, if y'all remember, Let's Trap the Devil, that old scroll, not old scroll, that old class.
Oh, yeah, back in the days, yeah.
He said, y'all don't know the devil's approach. That's how y'all are being defeated constantly. You don't even know his approach because he knows that these beings are etheric. They can influence your brain and your map. They don't have to stay in front of you looking with a pitch. They don't, what do they call it? The man on the hot sauce bottle with the pitchfork and like, no, he doesn't look like that. He could look like anything because they can shape shift. They can shift the meaning. Shape shift. They make it sound deep. No, they shift into different people. That's how they're shape shifting because they could be in a fat person. I'm using this as an example, like an obese person. They can use it in a skinny person. They can use it in a Kaka's. They literally flood the Kakas's body. That's why they have so much hate and envy inside of them.
They're made up of it, yeah.
Yeah, and then when the Garu start mimicking the Kakasu, that's why the new hip hop becomes the black man's rock and roll or the black man's heavy metal. It's because of that reason. We start to mimic those same forces that control the Kakasu. The Nagaru start to act and respond in the same way. Then you look at the death, you look at the killings. It's like, wait a minute, this is a virus, this is a disease, this is a mental disease that has plagued the Nagaru's mind into thinking, oh, money is, I need to get this paper, I need to get this and that, and that's what people don't understand. Like, that's how these spirit forces work. They can get into you 1 minute and they can leave. Once they've accomplished what they wanted through you, they're gonna leave. And
so
somebody else, yeah.
You were explaining as far as the vibration and raising up our vibration and frequency.
Word.
And doing the rituals, how that literally, like, if we follow the Master Yanun's guidance and did the rituals, when this alien disease was shot to this planet, we wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
We wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
We wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
And think about it. If we had the land, we'll have a place of refuge.
We would have our own place of refuge to quarantine from the rest of the world. And protect ourselves collectively, doing rituals to crystallize that protection.
Exactly.
That's real that. That's real serious.
But because we live amongst the beasts and we are in their environments.
We stuck in their stuff.
We're breathing.
Revelations 18.
Go ahead.
Revelations 18. We're a part of her place because we still live within her.
That's right.
We
were being told for years to get out of her, not just physically, but mentally and socially and psychologically, to get away from her, so that when her iniquities reach the heights of heaven and she's penalized and punished, we don't have to worry about suffering with her.
And I will make this point right here. The Master said this virus is not for us. I want that to be clear, because people think, the Nagaros are dying. Yes, but look at are we doing everything the Master Teacher said to do, first of all? So then, if you know that people are living amongst the Kakasu, they still have the ways of the Kakasu, the diet. If they say, this is coming from an animal DNA, the proteins and the spikes, then if that protein and spikes is not familiar to your own cells, can it affect you? No, because it can't identify. It's like a key in a lock. It always talks about these protein molecules as it's like a key in a lock. Once your protein accepts it, it just comes right in and start to tell those cells to reproduce exponentially, right? So this is where people are getting the problem from. So guess what? If it's either animal, monkey DNA, pangolin DNA, bat DNA, all these foreign DNAs that people consume. They eat these animals, right? So if you eating these animals, here we go with genetic kiss again. Here we go now.
Hold up, God. I'm about to stop you because it's too late to start that trail of thought. Okay, we're gonna have to continue that one. I don't want to get, because now that ties into the Mukasu and then 1/4 human, 1/4 simian. That goes someplace now, and they don't. That's too much right now. That's gonna open up another door. So write that note down. I'm writing it down right now. Okay. because no, that's serious. Because I want us to
Serious.
go in on that, but I want us to have the time. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to close down in a second, right? But the sister asked, sister goddess, collective tribal consciousness. She said, the black dot means what? So I wanted you to answer that, and then this last question. I'm gonna hold this off too because that ties into that what you were just building on. She said, "How can animals adjust during the sun cycle, COVID-19, etc., and humans cannot?" Because that the animals is catching it too, sis. Just by the way, okay. the master said keep them out your house because they catching it also. But when you was talking about the black dot, she was asking, what does the black dot mean?
You want to answer that now, or we're going to go into that later?
No, answer that now, because that was something you was just building on beforehand.
To state a reference, if she can get the scroll Natural Ether Energy, if she can go get that scroll, and as well as Master Secret's Black Dot is the one that's called Black Dot as well. There's another words behind it, but if she gets the Master Secret's Black Dot and this Natural Ether Energies actual fact, series number 25. That black dot is a microscopic. It's the smallest energy because you can't see it. So that's why it's black. You can't see it, first of all. But it affects every life form within existence. When you get into so-called European science, that's where they get the quantum physics or the string theory. You going into forms of energy, or dark matter, dark energy. You going into energy that can't be seen, but it exists. That's why they say that the universe is not empty. It's filled with something. And what it's filled with is black dots. Now, those dots are exponentially now. We're talking about exponential. That's the all expanding.
So is that the dark matter and dark energy, or dark matter or dark energy?
No, dark matter comes from dark energy.
So is that, I'm talking about that space, that dark matter that's filling the space, the void, that blackness. Is that dark matter or dark energy?
Well, remember now, dark matter comes from dark energy. That was in an update that about the all in all. That's an update that was
Tour. That's right.
The all in all. He was explaining how that dark matter comes from dark energy.
76-24%.
There you go. And 24% is dark matter.
That's right. I'm with you.
Okay, so now those energies, those black dots are within dark energy, which becomes dark matter when it slows down in vibration for it to become visible for us to be able to see it physically, which obviously breaks down to us. Every life form, every planet, everything that you see in existence is made up of dark energies or these black dots. It's in every form. It's in everything that we see and that we don't see. So that energy is where we originated from. That's what those microscopic life forms inside of it, those dark energies or black dots, as he referred to it. But you're just talking about a form of ether that is so small that one, it can't be detected. One, it can't be seen with the naked eye, and obviously the Kakasu is barely getting a grasp or the understanding of what that energy is, and that's where we come from. That's where our true origin is, and that's the all expanding. And
okay.
That, so yeah. I mean, but
all
that's
right,
Can I?
Go ahead.
I just want to add on to that because everything the brother said was actual facts, and so when you look at that, one of the things the master teacher tries to explain is something science are now saying that we live in an omniverse, right?
Right.
We live within the omniverse of universes. So we'll say in SABAEAN, we'll say Kather Mukwan, right? Which is an omniverse. Now, when a Wahoo Mukwan, a universe comes into existence, it starts as that black dot. When it comes in, when a particular universe, and then it expands into because it grows into, that's what at the beginning of a universe, it creates what they call a supermassive black hole. If you read the book Existence, How and Why, And so it creates that, and then then you have the birth of what they call the first sun or alpha star, because in the center of every galaxy, there's this supermassive sun. Go look it up. They call it an alpha star, a supermassive sun. And a universe has in the center of the universe a supermassive sun. So when a universe is first grown, it starts off as this black dot that expands. It expands into what we know today as the universe, and the universe is constantly expanding until it times out. And the Nathar or the Muzaku, they're the ones who manage the universe as it expands to maintain ma'at, to maintain the balance.
Order and balance. That's right.
Real quick, can I say something just to add on to that? When the master teacher was breaking down, Allah created the state of nothingness. That nothing is the black energy. That's the black dots. They're exponentially now. It's not just one. But like the brother said, it grows. It starts to expand. So it created that void to what? To put something in, so something can grow out of it. So something can become matter eventually. You know what she mentions, that it's slow when these energies slow down in vibration, it becomes matter, which is where your stars are born, your hydrogen. Because people don't realize hydrogen and helium is the same energy. You see, and most people don't know that they're females. You know, hydrogen is a female energy, and there's two hydrogen energies that produce. That's in matter of fact, that's in I think Existence How and Why. These two female hydrogens is what merged together over 9 billion. It said they had to heat up to hug over 9 billion degrees.
Because they were forced, because the sisters, the sisters don't mess with each other like that. They was forced to build. They was constantly being forced into each other because likes repel. Exactly. So they were being forced into meshing and becoming helium. Yeah.
Create helium. Now, in the interesting XY chromosomes in females, and I'm sorry, the double X in females, and we become what? The XY. So
we about to go somewhere now. Yeah.
So yeah, that energy, like Peter was saying, that's Master Teacher explaining that as well, with creating nothingness, which when you start to go into it within the omniverse, you have two energies. You have something energies of nothingness, energy which is non-ether, and the energies of something which is 6 ether. Those two energies right there is what gave, obviously the adversities, the up and down, all of the contrast comes about through those two energies. Those two.
That brother put it in the chat. The
Black dots,
the
newts, the netat.
Exactly.
Right.
It's called newts. And that's
the brain newts that we talking.
Exactly. That's broken down in the nature. It talks about the brain newts.
In the natural ether energy, it goes into it in detail.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Detail, and as well as that master secret. Yeah. So
listen,
I hope that answered the sister's question on that.
I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot more she got out to do. Listen, matter of fact, I would like for the brothers and sisters that's here first, thank everybody for rocking out with us, because this is a long class. Yesterday we did one for damn near 3.5, 4 hours too. Dealing with like the herbs and talking about the vaccination and all that other stuff. So real serious. For real. But I want everybody to get their questions and stuff together so that when we get back on the weekend, we could, they could have things that they want us to flush out, because we all sitting there with libraries ready to go. So, what I mean? Yeah, so I would like for the brothers and sisters to get their questions together so they can ask us, so we not just jumping around. We actually adding on to your to the bills. But I'm about to break out. I gotta get some sleep, God.
That's the side.
And but before we go, I'm going to read one of the prayers from the the nine book.
All right.
And maybe one of the prayers I'm gonna read so that we can stay in tune, Panamazor, The prayer. Nuwapians, let us pray. Trying to see how I should do it. Yeah, it's short enough. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do both in the English and the SABAEAN back and forth. Nuwapians, let us pray. Munwapu haye nun namus. Our own ancestors who are inside of our own genes. Muslafu nun nun yake ate jawef yakasad nun nun. Hear us when we pray. Askui nun lame anun namus. Forgive us for neglecting you all and forgetting to call you all. Akfor nun lahe hamul amkum wu nasui lahe daud amkum. When we needed help and ignoring you all most of our lives. Hold up, I lost my place. Amkum. Lame anun hajuja nasor wu rahul amkum khathir shalel hayahatnun. We seek you all's forgiveness. Anun talub gafir nuskum. We turn towards you all for protection and guidance. Anun daro laye and kum lahe tasyun wu hadean. So please protect and guide us during these days and times. Faye satat sayun wu haduin nun khalul yawel zamutat wu wakotat. Protect our tribe and family of Nuwapians, Sabaeans. Asyun Shabat Nun Wu Yasar Shalel Munwapu Musbatsu. We implore you all, praying from our hearts. Anu Namuz Amkum Namuz Mane Abab At Unun. And we thank you all for sitting down and incarnating Yanun. Wu Anun Tawu Amkum Lahe Rasul Wu Nazul Yananan, the master teacher and warner for us. Panabab Mukan or Wu Munzar or Lahenun. Inside the person born amongst us. Jawef Pa Shakas Laduda Zamanun. We turn towards you all with praises. Anun Daror Laye Ankum Kare Mada'at. Atum Reye, Atun Reye, Amun Reye. Sawab Kawun Sawab. Truth is truth. Yeah, gods. Goddesses, we appreciate y'all brothers for sacrificing and spending the time with us to build because it's much needed. Everybody remember to tune in to nupu.org. All right, the brother Petty Ray got the listen, he got the library there for us. Go to that library. Damn near 99.9% of the questions that we've been building on, he already covered like 1,000 times, right? It's there. And on Tuesdays, he has a question and answer class. So we all should be over there on Tuesday. I'm sorry I wasn't there this Tuesday. I don't know if you've seen, I was in the Clash of the Titans over here with the brother.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what.
We was going crazy over here. It was off the hip.
I heard.
Yeah. So that's what happened. I was like, here it is. I'm all ready to go to the brother class. And then, because it was dealing with that audio with Baba. And, so now, they share. And I'm like, that's just so disrespectful.
Well, yeah, YouTube took my class down.
Really?
Yeah, because I mentioned I put a video about the COVID and they took it down. They banned my class last week.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm crazy. I'm glad I got it, man.
Yeah.
Man, that's deep. Let me upload make sure we upload that video before they come get it. Yeah, God. Wow.
Yeah, they took it down. They banned because it was really about capitalism was my topic, but I went into that and they banned that video. So that's why I'm working on nupocc.com, my own social engine, because we have to get our own systems because they're gonna continue to censor us.
I gotta connect you with the brother they got a platform. Like it's wide open for us, So I'm gonna do that. That's on me. It's just because my plug with him is doing some other book. But anyway, yeah. Listen, I just want to thank everybody for joining us. Thank all the brothers and sisters, Linwood Williams, Blue Marvel, Mark Hammond, brother Rondu, Coach Ampu, Eloise, Kit, Kufu Ankh, Hansu, Collective, Tribal Consciousness. See, these are things I could do right now because I don't got too many people rocking with us. So we getting this personalized treatment. We hopefully it's gonna get so much, it's gonna get so big, I ain't gonna be able to do this. But I'm gonna set everybody out. Everybody send me your emails and stuff so that I can make contact with y'all behind the scenes. Because you know we do the natural nature herbs. So periodically we do giveaways, so we take care of our peoples, you know what I'm saying? So we can send y'all some gift bags, but please check out the website. You know, this is all from the heart. Collective Tribal Consciousness Goddess. I know you a goddess. I apologize. You thought I was calling you a dude. I wasn't doing that. C.M. Mustafa Workman, Assad Knight, Eternal Entertainment Television. Definitely my guest, Petit T. Reye, Kufu Ntahuti, and the brother E Student. Messiah Trinzy, you came through shooting, but I guess you ran out of bullets. Ron through, you gotta get your system right so we can get busy, God. I wanted you up here, you know that. Mach 9, Mahutwi, Imre, and all the family out there in Barbados. And yo, listen, I appreciate y'all. And the brother Kevin Days, that's the Mugdal Ab Unk, and the brother Aha, Miss Infinity. Oh, so she said, can we share some books to reference? Yeah, we could do that. And we're gonna start like the brother was asking a question, but we're gonna handle that. And Mark Hammond, we're gonna set it off with that question next week about why some Sabaeans still stuck in the Anunnaki and Sumerian school. You know, we're gonna go into all of that. But shout out to all this Sister Sade. You know, appreciate you all for joining us. And we out of here, y'all. But we represent, we are holding the line for the master and WU-SABAT, and we just advise you here to give you more and more confirmation and to reestablish your firmness with this thing and become unshakable, because you have the most powerful doctrine on the planet. The master said himself that this is the most extensive affirmation since the ancient Egyptians walked the earth. So we don't have any excuses not to be super successful in this day and times, except for us not following the instructions of the master Yanun, Baba Yanun, His Excellency Dr. Malachi Kabina Zadak York Okran. And you know, we love Partner Thought. We appreciate you. You all, thank you for rolling with us. Wadu, Moisar, peace and blessings.
Wadu.
Wadu, gods. Y'all be safe.